Hi friends, good evening. This is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have our
Good morning.
friend joining from down under Australia, Willie Hill. Willie,
Good morning.
good,
Good morning.
good evening from India. Good evening to Australia, and good morning to the world, and good morning to our friends in US and other countries. And today's Startup Wednesday. As always, we are expecting a lot of good startup. If they show up, it would be a good way to start the show. But I fingers crossed they should show up today because I'm trying hard to get them on board. So let's see how it goes. So, Willie, how is the situation in Australia, and are there any startup meets starting post COVID, or the people are still waiting and watching what's going on?
Because of the classification of your work or your startup is essential service, most startups are still working because they're working from home, and um, that if they're on their own, I think that's what's the case. That is what is happening. But if that's not the case, and they're working with like two or three co-founders, and that's where I think the issue may be because of the proximity.
Yeah,
Yeah, they could be working back because 1.5 meters is still. I mean, you don't have to be close and holding each other to do your startup,
yeah,
and that's what's happening. Yeah, a lot of places, a lot of airlines have closed or moved on. I saw one airline, and I think that's going to be the case with a lot of places. Airlines closed down because of the inactivity of the airplanes, and I don't know. Yeah, just went
so
belly up.
really, I'll tell you what's happening. I'm not the
Mm.
expert in terms of airline industry, but what's happening is that a lot of airlines they are on lease. So if the airline is on
Yes.
lease and if you're not utilizing the air carrier, it's difficult to survive. And what happened is that in India also there were a lot of airlines. So one of them, what they do is they buy the airplanes. They don't go for lease, and then they have a tendency to buy maybe a airplane every year. That's how they are rotating their funds, and that way they are in profits. I mean, they are not in that much amount of pressure. They know that these are our aircrafts, and these are the aircraft which are on lease, and they just go and buy each and one every point of time because that ways you know what are your assets and what are your liabilities. But most of them
Yes. Yes.
always do on a lease plan, and then that's how the problem
Yes.
arises because it's overcrowded. It's a bottom. Down storage fund that you have to pay this much amount of money whether you are generating revenue or not, and that is the problem.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I'm still a believer that airline business will come up. Will overcome the situation because it's something which is very important for our globalization. Because when people traveling from different countries, they have to travel through an airline. I mean, ships are
Mm,
not
mm,
the alternative. And also,
yeah.
I'm not sure about the fuel, but as the crude oil is down, no one is buying it. I think they should have some plan or strategies to overcome those things. Maybe that is what I can see right now.
Yes. One part of this whole equation that I'm really not sure of and I don't understand is everybody pressing pause on money,
Yeah,
because if what should have happened this is just my perspective, what
yeah,
should have happened is uh, any financial transaction or anything should have had the pause button pressed,
yeah, yeah,
you know, and right through the entire economy. Like if you banks everybody, if you're the landlord, you're going to assume that your tenants are not going to pay. Just assume that because they're not making any income.
yeah,
But yeah, so some people still have the, or well, governments still have the assumption that okay, yeah, you still have to pay, you still have to pay, because if everybody accepted that as the new norm, it would have worked out well.
yeah.
It would have worked out well if everybody paused the pay button, because you can't get to work.
Definitely.
Even essential service was functioning at maybe 80% capacity,
Yeah. True.
and that's essential service. That's the people that that had to be there. Yeah, you couldn't do it.
No, I completely agree. If all the governments will
Yeah.
discuss and pause it at one time for maybe
Yes.
a
Yeah.
month or 2 months,
Yeah.
that means for
Yeah.
2 months there are no transactions, and
Yes.
the way they started, it
Absolutely.
started from the last day, and we started from the new day. So it's like a 2 month
Yeah.
holiday for the world. That it
For the
would
world.
be,
Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah. And that way, I think no one will be having any issues. It's just that for essential services, we need to make sure that people will get enough amount of food, water,
Mm,
and medicine. That is more important. Rest can be managed
absolutely.
after 2 months time. But
Absolutely.
you know that, I mean, what's happening is that everyone is looking for that $100 note. So
Yes.
people are worried that how much money they can earn in this pandemic, because this is the time to earn a lot of money. That's what happening.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell
Yeah.
you the vaccine, if suppose Kim will come up with a vaccine, so that vaccine will be $1 trillion business.
Oh, you guys want to hear the big one, the big joke? So, and I'm going to try to get somebody on the show today, but you know how, everybody kind of dove in to buy up masks, or, how everybody hoarded toilet paper, right? People did the same thing with masks, okay? And that's not something that really should logistically have a long shelf life, the medical masks. But they did. They saw this thing coming and they go, let's hoard up as much mask as we can and sell them. And they did the right thing. They went and got them FDA approved. Hoorah, good for them. But then the government pulled a quickie on them. And maybe some of the powers to be who want to hoard up their own mask. So now they have this new qualification that has to happen on the mask that already made it into the US, have FDA approval, made it on the list. They cannot sell any of their stuff now because there's a new approval. It's CDC, and it's a white list. Apparently, there's a white list according to the vendor market that I talked to. And if you're not on the white list of the CDC approval, then you're not going to sell your masks that are sitting in the warehouse right now. So, hear me out on this. Those masks were coming into the US for $2, around $2 each, $1.98, right? At a high volume purchase, 30,000 produced purchase at $2 each under the FDA approval. And people were selling them with the FDA approval. Now, unfortunately, these small business people who did that and bought all of these masks up, they had to pay the FDA a fee to get that approval. All right. So
Okay.
they had to pay a huge fee for the FDA approval. And I'm sitting here going, well, that's interesting. You would think that that would be something the FDA would want to do on our behalf because we pay them a lot of money. But the companies have to pay them a fee to get certified. So they're certified to sell in the US now. But then the CDC came in, and I don't know if it's a higher price, but according to the vendors, you have to know somebody to get in. And this new CDC approval list, they're calling it the white list right now, is very, very difficult, and it's not affordable for the small businesses that got the masks in. So there's a lot of masks sitting in warehouse right now that are going nowhere because they're FDA approved, but they're not CDC approved.
That's really sad.
And it's all
That's
about
really
money.
sad.
It's all about money, because people want
It's all
something.
about this, but not this for you or me or the middleman or the startup businessman. It's all about this for the government and for those that are in the top 1%, because those are the ones who are now getting the CDC approval. But somebody pushed a button and said we shouldn't allow any more masks at this point unless they're now CDC approved, because they weren't able to sell theirs. So now the CDC approved ones are coming in from wherever, and they are $4 each, three to $4 each, as opposed to the $2 each for the others. So I thought that was an interesting story. I'm going to try to get the gentleman on the show today because he runs another business, right? So I thought today would be interesting for him to come on and share, a little bit of how he pivoted. He's not stuck with the millions of masks like some of the people are. He didn't like overbuy. He just purchased and moved, right? but he stopped because nobody was buying, and nobody was buying because CDC has a whitelist now, and he couldn't afford the fees for the whitelist. And honestly, a lot of these entrepreneurs that were pushing the masks through, that kind of got invested and were pushing them through, they weren't making a huge gross profit margin. Some of them were where the mask maybe came in at $2 each, they were only making 40 cents. So they weren't making the 100%, the normal 100%. So
bunk up. Yep.
So
yeah, that is sad.
That is sad. Well, what's sad is you got a lot of doctors. You got everyone go, oh, doctors have all they need. Well, we got doctors that don't, and and now they can't get the masks that are affordable in the warehouse because those are not CDC approved.
Good. So, how have you been, Kimberly?
I'm doing okay. How about you, Willie?
I'm good. Life's good.
Just Australia coming about okay?
Yes. There's only one place that's had like a cluster, and that was a meat works, and I think it's because of the damp air in that space, and somebody been contaminated. That has happened, but that was the only cluster. That one and aged care, but the aged care has been managed really well, and the cluster has been managed really well. They've closed the place down, and it's been really good. Really good.
That's what we have to do now moving forward, just screening and treatments and isolation, right? And with proper screening, even though the tests are not at, maybe they're right at 85%, which people go, well, 15% error is high. Well, that's kind of what we have with most screening capabilities, right? Most testing capabilities are not much higher than 85%. Even pregnancy tests, they're at home, are right at 85% good. And then, but what you do, that's screening. You go, okay, I could be positive. I'm going to go do the next level, right?
Yep.
But it, to me, makes the most sense. Iceland did a fabulous job on containment, never closing down. Even their schools continue. Their children continue to go to school. And they were pretty smart. Instead of testing people who were already sick with something, they just said, let's treat and isolate you. But we're not going to waste our money or test kits testing you. You're sick with something, but let's treat you and take care of you and assume it's COVID. But let's use the test kits of the people who are not sick yet.
Yep.
And could have the possibility, like maybe they were around those people, right? They did a lot of tracking. So they started testing that way. And then they did what you call variable testing or random testing. To isolate certain areas, right? And then they go, okay, well, we are almost certain that this area isn't having flare-ups, so let's focus on the areas that are. So they were very, very smart. But then I found out after reading everything they did, they had a pandemic plan and policy in place for years that they were to follow if something ever happened. So they already had instructions in place to do these things. And so that's something to think about, right?
True. But then Iceland is not on the top of anybody's list or of a place to go to or something that you.
In the U.S. It's one of the number one travel to places because it became real expensive. So for the past 5 years, some of my friends, they have traveled there 3 or 4 times just because of its unique beauty. But what they do is they cut their tourism rate, right? So, but it's not so much that they are small, right? They are very, very small, around 100,000 population, but they reacted fast. They found one person infected. Their policies went into place, and they didn't play around. Hong Kong was kind of similar. Australia did pretty good too. Australia took control. They shut down when they had to. They contained and they reopened.
Yep. Yep.
And you're doing pretty good.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that now that that part sorted out, the politics is starting to rear its ugly head. Or you could have done better, and
It's
this could have
not that we
happened.
could have done better. It's the left is wrong and the right is right. And hello, good evening.
How you doing, Rakesh?
Very
Good
good, very
morning from
good.
America and good evening to Hong Kong.
Good
Um,
evening, good evening.
so I just, yeah, it has reared its ugly head. I was unfortunately listening to the radio going somewhere this morning. And I have a bad habit of listening to talk radio rather than music. And I'm going to change that because the talk radio in North Carolina is predominantly the right. It is heavily and predominantly the right. And I was listening to all of the nonsense of the states that are red. We had low infections, and the states that are blue, we had high infections. So what does that tell you? That tell you the red has bad leadership. And I go, but did the red states test more? Did the blue states test more? There was none of this information, right? It was the red states did this and the blue states did that. And I go, that's, let's be, why don't we get off of the red and blue?
Well, let's ask a test case. How are we doing in Australia, Willie Hill?
Doing good.
Good. We've been running well. The only place that has a
Coronavirus.
flare, yeah, the only place that's had a flare up lately was the Meatworks,
Right.
and that's been contained.
Okay.
And aged care was the other place that
So do you
really
have 30,000 deaths like in Australia?
no, not really.
Do you have
Not really.
40,000, 50,000? How many deaths do they have in Australia?
I'm going to look it up.
Question. Ankit knows.
I'm gonna look that.
Hey, this is the reason you have these young guys around. I mean, they run it, they find this stuff real quick, they do things, they get things done. Ankit will pull it up in just a minute. See, I know everybody's trying to make it political, but here's the reality: are you doing the right thing or you're not? I mean, the thing is, yeah, in any state, like a Democrat or Republican can make mistakes in this area, okay? And then the question is, what are the good things to do? What are the bad things to do? And what are the acceptable things to do? Because in America, we do have acceptable mortality. In other words, if a certain amount of people die, so what?
Yeah.
And so how many people died so far here? Oh, we're over 100,000. My prediction came true. Yes, it was months ago. And I said we're going to go over 100,000, and I made it to that number. Where's Australia on this? I don't see you guys. Didn't they make the top 10? By the way, Brazil doesn't believe in the coronavirus. Oh, they're number 2. So great.
Brazil is number 2.
Yeah, right. Because they don't believe, the leader doesn't believe it's a real problem for his country.
He doesn't believe it's a problem. He believes it exists, but he's like the U.S.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it's happening in the poor areas, and they die, and so what? See, here it happens to the older people, they die, so what? And you can take that position. I mean, I'm not going to say that it's an unreasonable position of mortality, but to deny it is insane. I mean, deny that the fact is, if you're not taking mitigation measures, you're going to increase mortality. It's just the way it is.
It is. And I mean, you have to, again, whether it's Democratic state or Republican state, again, take a look at how many tests they have done. Testing
at the end of the day, yeah, it's going to be they're going to say, well, Democrats did this, Republicans did that, and
well, actually, our Republican was the president, and all I can look at is the big number, and our president's Republican. So as far as I'm concerned, and he's retracting everything he said. He's backtracking everything he said, so that's fine. The whole thing in the beginning was it's not that big of a deal, and now he's saying.
Well, remember, the thing is, the medical profession doesn't lead the charge here. It's done by politicians. Like I said, usually when I have a medical condition, first thing I do is I consult my county commissioners and ask them what to do, and that's what's going on here. And you guys know that. In other words, the people that are the least qualified to make the decision are actually making the decisions, because most politicians aren't very well qualified educationally in the area of medicine. Yeah, I say most. There's some that are, they're medical doctors, and And we have a serious problem that's going to continue. Our predictions, of course, are based on things we read, and we tend not to read garbage. Part of the reason why I could say, hey, we're going to go over 100,000 months ago, because the University of Washington does studies on predictions, and they're very accurate. It's just like if you purchase real estate, I tell people Zillow is very accurate over here. When it comes to valuation, Motivo is not. And if you do a lot of the work, you can see who's accurate, who's not. So Australia, where you are, mate, 7,000 cases, 103 deaths. Are you kidding me? Willie Hill left before he could defend this?
Oh, Willie, where did you go?
Where'd he go? I mean, look at that. Well, it's late over in Aussie land, but I do bring out two countries, Australia and Malaysia, saying, okay, look at what they did, look at their results. All right. Now the question is, how bad did they wreck their economy? I don't know the answer to that question at this point in time. And the arguments on the other side is, hey, is it worth the deaths that take place due to a wrecked economy? And and are you going to weigh these factors, et cetera? So, I think the best thing to do, and they teach you this in law school, but politicians never go to law. Well, not all of them, but good law schools, real good law schools. Okay, that what you do is you take whatever side that you're in favor of. Now you get to argue the other side. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be Republican. I'm a Democrat. Look, when you're an attorney, here's the deal. They pay you to argue positions. So argue the position, argue the other position.
Now that you're kind of here too, I want to show you something that maybe we should send our politicians to learn, but you're going to love who came up with this. And I've been sharing it all week, but Microsoft came out with a game a year ago. They implemented it.
Pandemic, the board game? Are you kidding me?
But it was actually created in 2008. But August 1st, 2019, they implemented the game, tremendously implemented it, put it heavily on the market. But hey, there's nothing wrong with role playing, right? Risk management and role playing. And so this was a big game that was promoted in August of 2019. But yeah, a pandemic game. And it was promoted by Microsoft, or bought by Microsoft.
Really?
To Bill Gates. There you go.
Oh yeah, because he's been into this for years.
Yeah.
His big thing is health and pandemics. So it wouldn't surprise me that
be planned and prepared. Right.
We spend 24/7 looking at this stuff, and just what I want to do is play a game about it. Oh boy. But there's some people that are sick enough to go, oh, I can't get enough of pandemic. Hey, Willie, we saw your country
before. We should have been playing it before, so we knew what to do.
Oh yeah, I know. But
strategic gameplay.
No, we have the most expensive healthcare system in the world. Willie, I got a question for you. Okay, I only saw 109 deaths in Australia. Is your economy completely wrecked? That's what I want to know. Are you completely wrecked?
No, not that I know of, because we've got jobs still going. Essential service is still running. We have not bailed out the other airline. We have like Qantas, which is the national airline, and the other one was Virgin. We have not bailed out Virgin Airlines. So, but everything's still okay.
Okay. Now the thing is, since everybody is past this 14-day quarantine in Australia.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What have they reopened the country, or they said, "Hey guys, have at it"? Because
they're at stage 2. They're at stage 2. Stage 2. It's not like complete unlocking. Stage 2. They've just had schools are open, but only the kindergarten and year 1 and the year 11 and 12. The ones in the middle have not been allowed back.
Okay. All right. So they're considering that.
Yes.
They're bringing people back, because theory says if you have no coronavirus in the country, because everybody was in lockdown for 14 days, and you don't bring foreigners like us into your market space to contaminate you, that theoretically you should be able to have business as usual. That would be theory.
Yes.
Okay, and so the thing is, and that should work. So, okay, well, I was just curious what they're doing over there, because it sounds to me, when I'm looking at countries, of course, I don't look at data, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Australia, New Zealand all did well.
Yep.
Whatever they did.
Iceland.
Yep.
Iceland? Okay. Here's the failure. United States of America right now, Brazil, Italy, and Spain. Like it or not, no, doesn't matter what the excuses are. Okay. They did poorly. And the United States, of course, is a very heavy leader in poor response to this pandemic. Now we'll have until November in the election, everybody point the fingers whose fault it is. Okay. Everybody knows it's Obama's fault. If not, it's China's fault. So, so yeah, there we go. That'll take place. Okay. Here's my other prediction. Okay. Fourth quarter, well, and add one. September, October, when we hit September, October, it's all going to be about the politics here in the United States.
Well, and
it will not be about how many people died. It's the finger pointing will start taking place in September.
Because it's about the campaign. But again, I wish people would take a look at the countries that have succeeded. I was so shocked over Iceland. They actually had a pandemic policy in place after you read through what they did. I was like, wow, they did really well for, a last, and they didn't. They had a pandemic policy in place for years. Their doctors knew what to do. Their people knew what to do. But again, that's a one country ruled by one person.
Yeah.
Under in the United States, we're divided 50 different ways.
Yeah, right.
There are 50 different.
You have 50 states, 50 different policies, and 50 different opinions about what should actually be done. We don't what they call defer to subject matter experts. It looks like we don't even have subject matter experts who even know what they are. So what you have here is a failure, in leadership and failure in our healthcare system, and everybody who's involved gets a big flat F in terms of doing this, because there were many ways that this could be avoided or mitigated, and we chose to do nothing. There was
just really one way, and that would have been defer it to a infectious disease doctor, somebody who,
or a team. Teams may actually work better.
Quarantine teams go
and the thing is, and then let's hear from the teams of people.
And then that did great.
Let's go to India, the world's biggest democracy, and of course, Ankit has his 1.3 billion Facebook followers. Okay, how is India doing on the coronavirus?
India is doing okay. Cases are growing, but the economy is opening up. But we have a new pandemic. I'll show you a clip of news. You'll get to know what's happening in India. Although it's around 110 degrees Fahrenheit temperature in most parts of India, it's that hot. But I'll just share a quick video. You'll get to know what's happening, because this will amaze you that there are a lot of other things also going on apart from coronavirus.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Do you want to learn to draw professional and impressive artwork from scratch that will blow people's minds?
So this is what happening in India. Nick, you need to unmute. And I'll tell you,
Locust everywhere.
yeah, and they are close to 1 billion.
My
Wow.
Lord, I can't believe
They
this.
are flying in a group, and the group is consisting of around 3 miles.
Wow. Yeah.
And
So
they're coming from Africa, Sudan, and a lot of areas, and they move towards the upper side of Africa, then Pakistan, and then they're coming towards India, and they are
Yeah.
going to the other side. But and the story is that the second round of locusts is coming up in a couple of weeks, and they are like in a range of 10 miles.
okay. Hmm. Is there a way you can get rid of them? Don't you have birds or something that eats the locust?
The
So
one,
they can understand they are
one
more than 1 billion. It's not.
I know, but don't you have like a billion birds that'll eat the billion locusts?
Mm-mm.
You know, I say I don't know what kills locusts. I've never run into that problem. It's a problem in the Midwest of the United States. They have those, but in places I've lived, it's never been an issue. So, if you ask me, locust, what do you do?
We have locusts in this area. It's not huge. It's not a huge problem, but they do. I've seen them. They're gross looking.
Yeah, I know. Hey, mate, down in Australia, do you guys deal with locusts?
No, we don't have any.
Okay, Hong Kong. Hong Kong. How do you deal with locust?
Only two-legged ones.
Oh, that was very good, Rick. I'm not going to tell you where.
Did they come in by car?
Yeah, they come
And
Sometimes.
they were expected to come down to Delhi at around 6 p.m. That was the news, and it just bypassed Delhi and they moved to some other state. And it's like they're on a world tour. They have already covered 7 countries.
I have a solution. Hey, Ann Kit, I got a solution. Okay, you said there's a billion locusts. There are 1.3 billion people in India. Tell them to kill one locust, please, today.
Everybody
During
go
that
out
day.
to one
Wipe
locust
out the whole
today.
locust community. Just kill one locust each. Okay, your job is to go kill one locust. Okay, and then sick 1.3 billion of your Facebook followers on them. They'll destroy all the locusts, and we don't have to worry about that problem.
So a swarm of locusts is scary. If you've ever seen it, I've seen a swarm of bats in Texas, and a swarm of bats are very, very scary. It's like a big black cloud that comes down, and it's very, very insane. But no, I was kind of looking while the video was playing. In January, Africa had this problem. So Africa was being destroyed and eaten by locusts in January. And for some reason it has spread, and maybe perhaps it's because the people are not moving around enough to keep the locust away, just like our wildlife, right? I think they've noticed that we haven't been moving around enough, so they're coming out of their hiding places and going to places that they normally don't go. I mean, they had deer literally walk on our porch the other day. I mean, it's just weird, right? So,
hey, today's Startup Wednesday. I just noticed Startup Wednesday.
Are
there any startups? We know
Startup Wednesday, yes. It's Startup Wednesday. Yes, Nick.
Startup Wednesday.
I noticed you're moving. You've got some of your furniture.
The books are there, and they're going to be there eventually. And so this new office will be.
Well, congratulations.
You know, it's still unfortunately a work in progress. I'm not going to be here the whole time because I got to go down to the farm and get rid of all the critters and clean up the barn so that the new arrivals can take place. But I'll have new digs here, so. It won't be as good as Willie Hill, but it'll look pretty good. It'll be okay. You know?
No, I mean, the lighting looks better today too.
Well, I actually I went off to shut the blinds because I was getting backlit.
Way too much.
And I'm also getting what they call it a green screen because I'm going to test it out. This thing has green screen. I just want to play with it. You know, it looked pretty cool when you were doing it the other day, Kim. It was like, you saw this piano back there. We're going, where did you get that grand piano from? They moved my piano in the other day. Ooh, moving pianos not good. Pianos are very heavy. Okay, so Startup Wednesday. Ankit, do we have any startups or are they all not showing up?
So I've invited around 5 startups, and we are still waiting whether they join it. And
RJ,
yeah,
RJ's coming.
RJ to join at around 10:15, but there is no confirmation. And after that, I've invited a startup from Hong Kong, and there was a time issue, so he said that there was a confusion, and he will join next Wednesday.
Okay.
That's a pod hotel in Hong Kong, and
Yeah.
they have great pod industry setting up in Hong Kong because of the space. So they have a lot of pods hotel coming up, and then we have a startup from UK. They will talk about bots, voice bots.
Bots.
They've already been on our show earlier, and so they will be talking about the voice bots now.
Yep.
And then we have a person from US. He will be discussing about the payment gateway and how the online payment works.
Yep.
So
Okay.
that was a number for today. But
Right. Okay, so we do have some startups that are floating out there, and startup maybe will show up Wednesday. I mean, I did notice what that is. I did notice on the chess channel the other day you had Alexei Shirov, who was the number 2 rated player in the world, was on. I was going, wow, Sasha's getting some big names and frankly big hits right now. And Alexander May has a great show out of South Africa, and I like the puppet show too. I don't know where that came from. That was pretty cool.
Very nice.
so with Nathan and Tammy, that was also good. That was just after the puppet show.
Right.
And that was a new thing they were displaying animals from South Africa,
Right.
and it was a great fun show.
And
with,
how to draw. They teach you how to draw, doodle, and draw.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
you
very
know
engaging.
what I like about it, because I can't make all the shows or watch them all, is that because they're stored the way you guys store them, I can see them afterwards.
Yeah.
So like, there's no way I could have made Sasha's show the other day. I mean, because I was moving all this other stuff. And then the thing is, I was going, but I really wanted to see Irina Kirsch because she was the 7-time world champion. I mean, U.S. champion, excuse me. And so the thing is, I caught it like 11 o'clock at night in an off hour, and got to watch Irina, and then Shirov and Alexander Starr, whose television show moved into the number 1 position rating-wise on IBMTV. I don't know if you know, but I was watching all the views, and it just skyrocketed to number 1. But that's because he had some really great guests.
Yeah.
So Sasha, congratulations on your show. You know,
Thank you very much, Nick.
yeah,
Thank
you moved
My
up to the
pleasure.
number 1 rating. You just pushed out Alexander May, who had been sitting on the number 1 perch. So she's going to have to hustle a little bit more if she's going to beat out the chess
Oh,
stars.
they're all good.
You know.
But Sasha's guest was quite interesting, and she had COVID.
Yeah, Irina had
story,
COVID, and she took turmeric. Okay, and the thing is, if you look at that, it does have medicinal qualities, but it's not being studied because it's a herb. Nobody can make any money off it, so they just throw it off to the wolves. But because she gave a testimony, I thought was pretty powerful. And if you have doctors going, I don't know what to do, okay, I would try it. I mean, you know, what do you got to lose? It's like
it's not a drug that can hurt you. It's a supplement.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a
And
supplement.
I took quercetin. I went ahead because
quercetin also.
Dr. Markowitz kept saying it worked for his patients.
Quercetin,
And I was, never getting better, right? I would get better and worse. So I went ahead. I just started it a week ago, but I didn't want to hear him say, I told you, Kim. So
quercetin, it's in the top. I think it was ranked number 7 by IBM's artificial intelligence as a potential
and
treatment.
it's working. So you don't expect a drug to work the first day. You have to kind of, just like antibiotics, you got to get it in your system. You got to give it a chance to work. And again, it's a supplement. You don't want to take tons of it.
Yeah.
So I'm been taking it. It's also in blueberries. So I've been eating blueberries, and I feel it's not like a miracle difference, but I am feeling.
But blueberries have resveratrol in it. So resveratrol has potential. See, they have potential because they haven't proven anything yet, but it has potential life extension facilities involved. In other words, as people would say, extends the life of laboratory rats in Canada.
I think some common sense needs to be used in this. Like Dr. David said that the asthma medications will help as well, right? Because it's a respiratory
prednisone.
And then
Yeah.
we had Dr. Mike Hansen, which, thanks to Rakesh, I've been able to kind of keep up with him, but he's done the 12 autopsies, right? And, granted, not pleasant to watch, but very interesting facts about why the people are dying from this, which is what we needed to understand to begin with. Why is it killing some and not others? So the research is going, and I think we just need to be cautious and smart. Like you said, it can't hurt you to take turmeric.
Yeah, sure. In other words, and Kirsten, I looked at it, I was going, okay, would I give that a shot? I have my bottle of prednisone. Would I give all that a shot? Sure, because the thing is, the studies. See, here's the other problem: why doctors don't want to position themselves because of medical and liability purposes.
Yeah.
They could have results. Now, Moskowitz, I thought was Dr. Moskowitz has been on our show many times. I think even though he's a Harvard medical grad, he runs a genome, he's a really bright guy. He sticks his neck out when he says, try this stuff. Seriously. Most doctors will not ever do that because liability purposes. Because
but he said, try it. It can't hurt you, right?
I know.
But, it can hurt you.
But the medical profession is because they're risk averse. If they said something that was more positive and without a verified peer review study, seal of approval from the FDA, okay, they're sticking their neck out and they don't want to do it. And I can't blame them, because of that liability. And so what happens is we as a general public around the world are not being given the best information because of the liability to present is the best information. So all we can do is gather what we're seeing and hearing from other physicians that happen to come on our show occasionally and give us some good tips, or like Irina Kirsch. One thing that struck me, Sasha, watching the chess show was first your piano playing. You can actually play.
Yes.
That was pretty good. I hope
Very
I'll give you a
nice.
little intro before you'll be like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It's Alexander Starr's little piano diddle before we get started. And
No,
then,
you know why I did it?
Yeah.
Irina Crush is very competitive. She's very intense person. I really wanted to relax her, so she would be
I know.
herself,
So
and it would go smoothly.
she'd drop a piece on you, which I saw the game, and then you'd have a chance to win. And you did have a chance to win. You were winning. I was
but you know what's happened? I was not aware that the game is being played with increment. And
really?
in the previous show with James.
You had a one game. See, I thought what happens when he played Queen Takes Queen, I said he could do that and turn the game over to Karina, which would be the correct gentleman thing to do.
A gentleman. So, Nick, do you sit there and kind of guess the next move when you're watching it?
No, I don't actually know the next move. See, I don't participate in events like this because I would just destroy the competition, except maybe Shirov. Because Shirov, I have a lot of respect for. He's
well, by the way, Shirov is this Saturday. Shirov is our guest, and he will be playing Master Challenge. So, Nick, you can play against Shirov this Saturday.
Oh!
If you feel like it.
Dude, you got to get the AdMat on this. I mean, can anybody play, or does it have to be a master to play?
No, anybody can play. The only problem is when the Master Challenge will be opened, and he will do that.
Oh, he's going to choose.
So you have to go into lineup. And if you're
right, okay, got to go in the lineup.
You'll be first. If not, then you'll be in line. But
even
in line, you can watch other games and so on.
For those who don't know, you get to stand in a line to get slaughtered by what was the number 2 player in the world. It's like Andre Agassi in tennis. I'm going to stand in line to play tennis against Andre Agassi, who was the number 1 player in the world, just so he can slaughter me. And people will do that, even though they don't know they have no chance against this guy. They'll just ream them all. But I'll watch just because people like to watch people get slaughtered.
Yeah, but it's actually, you just touch very interesting subject. It's odds proposition. Do you think you would have more chances to beat Agassi in tennis than Shirov in chess?
No, I have no chance either way. I play enough tennis now. I've been playing tennis almost 3 days a week. I'm supposed to play tomorrow morning, but I got all these, I'm trying to build my office here. And I can tell you a 3-0 player has no chance against world-class player. None.
No.
Okay. And it's the same thing in chess. A a class player has no chance against a world-class player.
Yeah,
None.
but you see, you can appreciate what a beautiful game is chess. You see, you can play against world champion, and the worst case scenario, the most likely scenario, is that you will lose. So at least you're trying to fight. You did your best. You lost the game. Okay.
Dude, it's not worst case scenario chance. It's no chance. Alexander Starr, listen.
But you know what, Nick? But you have to appreciate one thing. Even if you lose, you are alive.
Winning.
Imagine that you're going on the ring against Mike Tyson. Not only that you have no chances to win, your chances just to be alive are not that great at all. Think about that.
The good news is the food in the Chinese restaurant is going to taste just as good for me as it will for them. So, I'm going to have a good dinner tonight. And okay, so, even though I got slaughtered in chess or got destroyed in tennis, I'm eating well tonight. And
yeah,
so,
that's right. Yeah, you can still walk and you can enjoy your life.
There we go. But your ego, okay, if you have an ego, okay, it was completely crushed into nothing. Okay, if you think, and this is what I love about chess, okay, in general, Alexander, since I was a kid. Okay, I was going, if you think you're smart, okay, they run to play chess. Okay, they go, then they find out they're not that smart. There are a lot of smart people out there crushed, and because they get destroyed in that game. Although, even though you would think like AlphaGo, for those who don't know AlphaGo, it's a computer program that basically AlphaZero now. I thought it was AlphaGo. It was AlphaGo, now it's AlphaZero. Okay, and it was developed by the Google guys to learn how to play chess and was able to play at a very fantastic level very quickly. You'd think the human mind, game changer. Who wrote that? Oh, you're kidding.
Archie Sadler and Natasha Regan. It's fantastic book. Oh my God.
Is that about AlphaGo? Okay, and so the thing is, you would think that somebody who's super intelligent could sit there, look at the board, figure it out, and play very well. And the answer is no. Okay, it's like learning how to play Go, which is a very difficult game, or even the Chinese version of chess. That's a very difficult game. And I know a lot of the game meisters that move from game to game. They become very good at almost all those different types. But it is a game. And I told my son a long time ago, because you can get good at different games at various different levels. I said, hey, if you want to get a scholarship into Duke, you got to do real well in the GREs. Okay. And he says, well, how do you do that? You take the approach that you would in your video games. You eat, drink, and sleep the GREs. Like, no kidding. All right. Now, when I was a kid, this is the misinformation you get for those who are listening. When I was a kid, a student, they said, oh, there's no way you can stay for the SATs and GREs. It's your natural ability. It's not true. It's just like chess or anything else. Natural ability gets you to X, but to get you to Y, unfortunately, is a lot of hard work. And so what he did, he pulled out like a 1580 out of 1600 on the GREs, got a full scholarship to Duke. Okay, it worked. And my mistake years ago is I wasn't given that coaching. The coaching is use your natural ability, then work your butt off 24/7, eat, sleep, all these words that you never use in GRE, SAT, all the pattern recognition that exists over and over again. And here's what also happens in the United States. The parents of wealthy people, in other words, wealthy and intelligent people, know that it's a game and know this is the way you play it. So they train their kids to do it the correct way, which is not to listen to your teachers, listen to your parents, who have already been able to play that game and win. The rest of the people go to public school and are never given that coaching. And they end up going, oh, I didn't make it in the school. Of course you didn't. Your coaches were horrible. They were your teachers. And your parents were totally unknowledgeable. And so your approach was totally incorrect. And so, yeah, you're not going to get into one of these top tier schools. Seriously. And it's the same thing in financial education, where we got started originally, that owns IBMTV, Money Masters. Okay, financial education is not given in our schools. Okay, you don't know diddly squat about mortgages, investing, when to buy in the market, when to sell, how to do puts, how to do options, how to do interest rate arbitrage and spreads. Come on, how many people have taken interest arbitrage and spreads? No one. Why not? Well, I took algebra 3. They showed me how to do a vector.
Nick,
Yeah, that was really
one
helpful.
reason that I was late today, I was busy buying 5,000 shares of General Electric and
Oh, my
selling
favorite.
June 17 June 17 calls, $7 calls. So the stock is slightly above 7, but I
You're
already
kidding.
sold at 7. So basically, I've locked in profit as long as the stock will not go below 650 in next 3 weeks. So I've locked up a profit for 5,000 shares. I think it will be probably around $750.
You know,
Not
GE
a big deal.
has been on my buy list for months, by the way. General.
GE.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I think they bottomed out. I don't think the GE can go much lower, really.
yeah. Well, that's was my thought. Oh wow. When did you buy it? It says G stock surges after deal to sell GE lighting business to Savant Systems.
I bought it about 15 minutes ago, though.
Really? Well, you may have made the surge. I don't know. It's dumping its 129-year-old light business. So, but see, the thing is, they don't train kids how to do that stuff. In other words, to analyze a stock position and purchase a stock at the right time. Or even buy a stock whatsoever. And part of it is that also that in the United States, like I said, 10% of the population own 90% of the wealth. So the other 90% they couldn't buy a stock if they wanted to, but they still, unfortunately, they should get the training and get in a habit of setting aside some money rather than buy the cell phone by the company that made the cell phone. And we just don't give that financial education to individuals here in the United States, but I think it's global. All over the world, the financial education is pretty weak, and we call it financial fitness. Getting some people on the show to talk about this, we're going to try Monday when we do our economics and business, start bringing in some. I do know a lot of people in the industry, but here's the other problem that people don't know about this industry. If you're licensed with and if you're selling securities, you're licensed with the Securities Exchange Commission or the Financial Institution Regulatory Authority, which is known as FINRA or the SEC. If you start talking about stocks, you just put your liability on the line. And some, what they call broker dealers, will say, "Look, you can't talk about individual stocks." Like what we just did, Sasha. Talk about
Well, I can talk 24 hours a day simply because there are no
because
consequences.
you're not securities licensed. You can talk
No,
about it.
I'm not. I never will be in my life.
I can talk about it. And somebody goes, "Well, I'll call Nick up and execute a trade." No, you won't. I don't do any trades. Forget it, except for my own personal account. And then I trade my own personal account. But General Electric, yeah, I looked at it and I'm going, that is, when does that bottom out before it starts surging again?
Well, actually, it bottomed out around $6. It's already bottomed out. I was following that. It was here and there. It was not really moving until last few days. I started to notice that it went up to $7 and it crossed $7 and stayed there at least today. So I decided, okay, if they cross 7, so then the worst case scenario is they can get retraction of 10%, so they will go to 630. But by selling $7 calls at 50 cents, then basically my downside is 20 cents and my upside is almost $1.
Do you ever do option trading?
Oh yes.
Oh, really?
I do a lot of spreads. I'm doing a lot of, for example, I could buy a vertical spreads or I can sell vertical spreads.
Yeah.
But depends what I feel about the.
I used to do options. I stay away from it. First of all, to work with your broker, you got to get certified, but that wasn't an issue. The issue was when you do option trading is that the option expires. And you don't know if it's expire in the money or out of the money. And
well, in the history of option, as we know, the sellers of the options always beat the buyers. The exception 1 year, it was 1987 when market crashed in October. Remember, 500 points down. That was the only year in 73.
I was actually buying options. It was around 1987.
Since 73 until today, 2020, it was the only 1 year when buyers beat sellers.
Right.
No other time sellers beat soundly.
Now, how many people in high school, middle school, and elementary school took option trading? Raise your hand. No one.
No
They,
one.
no one. They don't explain it to you at all. And part of it, I don't think the teachers know anything about options at all and how they work. And the other thing is it's very important to startups. Startups was option actually was big in the 90s, was startups in the startup community. And the problem is the people that walk in the door don't understand the options and the ability to use them as a business owner, and also use them as a person who is working for a company, because they never got an explanation. Now in San Francisco and Seattle, there are a lot of people, because they made options, a bunch of money on Microsoft stock options and exercising, have created a whole cottage industry of options. Okay, but for basically, let's imagine General Electric is trading right now at around $7 a share. You have an option to buy 1 million shares at $10. Okay, expiring at the end of the year. That may not be a bad contract to hold. Okay, because at the end of the year, let's say it's trading for 15 a share. You exercise your option and you make the spread, a huge pile of money. Okay, but let's say it goes south on you or doesn't go at all. Then whatever you spent for the option, you're down the toilet. But let's say you're a startup, okay, and you gave somebody an option, and you do it a year from now or 5 years from now to purchase the stock at $10 a share. It's trading right now at 7. The valuation is 7, trading at 10. Well, 5 years from now, it's trading at 30, or at least the valuation pushes 30. You make millions of dollars just like that, and you become instant millionaires. That's what happened to about, I don't know how many tens of thousands of people at Microsoft in Seattle, because the stock went like this, and people stayed in their job because it was a condition on employment. They stayed at their job because if they left, they leave their options on the table. So use it as a golden handcuff. Okay, if you're, because you want the people to stay with you, and if they leave you, then they leave their options on the table.
Nick, it's almost like a self-imposed slavery, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
No way.
we use a lot of them. They're called golden handcuffs. I use golden handcuffs in pensions all the time. Where we have a vesting, usually a 6-year graded vesting schedule for people, so that over 6 years they vest in all the contributions that are made by their employer. But you can do the same thing in options. You can do a 6-year graded, or you can do a 6-year cliff. In other words, if you're here with the company for 6 years, all your options will vest. If you're not, you turn all the options back in. They're used really to keep talented people on board. Hey, speaking of a talented person, looks like Lynn Shepard just arrived.
Mhm.
You're talented, right?
I suppose, having been married as long as I have and not having any fights, I guess that's
Okay. How long have you been married?
as of next Thursday,
54.
54 years.
Oh,
Sasha remembers. He does remember. Yep.
I'll tell you a place to go. It's in Canada, in Vancouver. There's a place called Harrison Hot Springs. If you have a chance to take your wife there, they have a copper room there. Okay, and it's famous. Harrison Hot Springs is one of these hot springs in Canada. It's like you go to the Ayers Rock and all that stuff. And you take your wife there, and they always have anniversaries, and you think, oh, I've been married a long time. Right, and then some guy will stand up. I've been married 60 years. They're all everyone shows up for their anniversaries. It's really really humiliating. I mean, embarrassing. I've been married 37 years, and I was going like, I can't compete with the people in the copper room, because they'll be like 54 years, 60 years. They all take their anniversaries at the copper room in Harrison Hot Springs,
So
right outside of Vancouver.
So we finally did a 4 couples got together last night, all social distanced, okay?
Of course.
And three of the 4 couples have been married over 50 years, and we were not the longest.
Yeah.
So which was interesting. But I once said, if anybody asked me, there are probably not enough fingers and toes from the 4 of us for me to count the number of people that I know who've been married 50 years. Now I'd have to sit and think about it, but I think that's 80 people, and I think 80 couples, and I think I could name close to 80 couples, which is interesting. Now you wouldn't find that, Nick, for the next generation.
No.
I mean, look. First of all, the next generation haven't lived long enough to be married 50 years. But if we were around 20 years from now, you probably wouldn't find it with that generation. For two reasons. Number one, many of them got married much later than we did. That's number one. And number two, divorce rate is so absolutely high for that age group and the lower age group. Marriages became disposable sometime. I can't remember which, but I don't know, Willie, is it the same way down in Australia?
No, our divorce rate is also like 50%. So
yes,
it's universal.
Yeah. So it's I consider it an achievement that I'm proud of. So I'm happy to be here. But I didn't come on to talk about marriage. I thought
we were going to do a whole show about it, but you can lead the show though, Len, since you have the most experience that I know of. So anyway.
But I did come on to talk about the dollar store. Speaking of someone who's been married a while, because she announced it the other day. Kimberly must have gotten married when she was 10, because there is no way she's been married that long. Looking at her face, and what was it like being married at 10, Kimberly?
She was married. Down south.
Here's the thing: a good life is what leads to a happy look. And my mom always told me to smile always, and that's your cheap facelift. And so I've always followed her rules. But she said not to smile too big, because then you make all of these wrinkles. So there's a lot of smiling inside, right? And this is what I tell people when I even look at some of the videos I do with Nick. I know I look better when I'm around people I enjoy. And that's, every video I've ever done with Nick, people go, wow, what did you do, to look so young? And I think it's just because I eliminated a lot of bad things out of my life. And that's what you have to do.
You started moving away from the startups, and that helped.
Live and let live, as Aunt Kit says. No, I
live and let live the American way.
Thank you so much for the compliment. But I think all of you look young and feel young, and it's because you have happiness in your life. And if you have more happiness than not have, it shows. It shows in our energy, the things we want to do, our will to keep going. It's just, the power of positive thinking. I don't have that cup. But Nick, when I met Nick, there were some things always going on in my life that didn't, and it was that time. And I just started doing this, cutting things out. And ta-da, things got better because you learn to focus.
I'm glad you mentioned the power of positive thinking, because when I first started law practice, and this goes back to 1984, I met with this attorney named John Cicero. At the top, he was at the top of the Tampa Bay building. It was, the beautiful restaurant, the biggest building in the city. Okay, at the top, 30 floors, 40 floors up. And I asked him, okay, I'm starting law practice. What book should I read? Is it going to be a taxation of wills, trust, and estate? Should be corporate. Individual. He goes, no, you don't want to read any of those books. Okay, you want to read these 3 books. He goes, The Magic of Thinking Big, Think and Grow Rich, and The Power of Positive Thinking.
Right.
I said, my teachers never told me to read those books,
No.
And the thing is, I actually pulled them and read them, and they've been like staples ever since. The Power of Positive Thinking, Think and Grow Rich. There we go. The Magic of Thinking Big. Okay, all of them are like the.
We all got our books.
Oh my Lord! Okay, I have it, but it's in storage.
Mine's.
It'll be up there. Okay, Think and Grow Rich, and those are the staples of what startups should read, not the garbage of, well, how did we do the next electronic deal? Or maybe I'm going to make my computer a little faster. I mean, they're so out of
Or
Good startup.
dummies. How about
Here's a
that?
good startup book for
startups.
startups.
You know, we should have a whole library of what startups really should read. 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, really
Here's
good.
another one. Here's another good startup book.
Netflix. Did you read that? I read that on my.
I haven't finished reading it, but it's awesome. You know what I like about it is he identified every person in the book in like the first part. He identified everyone so that you kind of knew who you were reading about and how they impacted his business. And it was
the fastest growing stock on the New York.
Talk about credits.
10 years. Sasha, in case you aren't listening, Mr. Stockman, the fastest growing stock on the New York Stock Exchange the last 10 years.
Pages.
Well, the Netflix today costs $400.
How much?
So $400 a share. So I'm thinking about how badly I can do if I will buy, say 200 shares of Netflix and will sell 2 covered calls against it to expire somewhere in August, for example.
Yeah.
Is it a good proposition?
Sasha, even though it was the fastest growing stock the last 10 years, it's not on my buy list. Do you know why? Because because you're buying on the high. It's just like any stock. Why would you buy when it's on the high? You want to buy on the low, and then you want to sell on the high. Would I be
exactly?
Nick, there is a sucker born every minute. So
exactly.
You will buy Netflix at 400 and sell it in 2 weeks for 425.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, it's just like the guy that taught me about real estate investing came into my office. He's worth $16 million, had $1 million income tax liability, 41 years old. So I asked him, I go, dude, how'd you do it? He goes, you always make money in real estate when you buy. Don't buy, think of you sell. And you always buy on the low. You don't buy on the high cycle, and then you sell on the high. And so the thing is, it's just, and again, they don't teach you any of that in school. It's just really sad.
Yeah, Nick, there are very different dynamics between buying real estate and buying stocks. You see, with the real estate is a very static game in a way. It has to be a years will pass by that area where you bought some property, all of a sudden became a little bit more in demand. So now you can sell it with a little bit of profit. Maybe if you hold on longer to that, you'll sell it even at bigger profit. Now with stocks, you have to analyze the mentality of institutions who are flocking money into stocks. And they're going you see, like in droves, they're all working together, and they're going from sector to sector. So if Netflix was just a week ago $450, so that was very high on the list, same as Nvidia. So now they already pumped all the money out of it. They sold it at profits to all kind of losers. They're going now into something else. General Electric is one of the a lot of institutional money going into General Electric. A month ago, only brain death would buy General Electric.
Right.
But now, when the institutional money flocking into General Electric, all of a sudden that stock became ultra popular. And Netflix, nobody needs Netflix. But in 2 weeks, a lot of people will need Netflix because the institutions, they will flock. They will start to look what's attractive. So Netflix will be at that time, say $360, maybe $70. Then Netflix will become very attractive. Watch it.
Of course, yeah. Don't buy on the high, buy on the low.
Well, and a lot of people right now, it's all about, when I went to NABS, which is the National Association of Broadcasters, it was all about the content, right? Just get as much content as you possibly can. It wasn't even about quality back then. It was just about content. My thing is get content, because otherwise you become white noise, like YouTube, right? There's just a lot of noise out there and you can't filter it out. I mean, because YouTube is the world's holding tank for all videos. Everyone's gone out to become a podcaster, but what do you watch? There's too much of it. So you need to become a content provider for particular viewers, but be picky about what you decide to to add in. And there's so much out there. This is what I told our team is, it's not that we can afford to be picky, but we can. We can. We could, so what that deal didn't work out. There's another fish swimming, right?
Sure.
There's a billion YouTubers out there right now.
Wow.
And
Wow. A billion?
I think so, yeah.
That's a huge number. I mean, the podcasters grow at like 3,000 a week. New podcasts come on the board at 3,000 a week.
And during this time,
we got to filter through we got to filter through one or two that we're going to put on IBMTV every week till we build up our channel. But you got 3,000 new ones coming in next week.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's insane. And then you've got every country who, everybody was trying to do. So it's not just the US, right? It was other countries. So what we have been proud about is the quality that we have been receiving and that we're going to be airing, but the people are willing, right? Like they came to a meeting this morning. We all had a meeting this morning about how to use the tools properly, how to work together, just, the typical communication meeting. But we're putting on so many new people now, we're having to train them so that we're not having to do all the shows for them. Because up till now, we were doing the shows to make sure quality, consistency, and affordability. But now everybody's saying, well, I want to run my own show. And so that's what we're doing. It's exciting. It's all about a startup, right?
I like watching Sasha's show. I didn't catch him the first one. I did catch him. I'm real proud that
Sasha just dove in. Well, I'm not going to say Sasha dove in and did it. Here's what Sasha
did. He got her done.
But he got her done. But he sat on a show with us every day for 54 days during this lockdown, and he learned. Just like Willie did. He sat here and he learned everything we were doing, how we were doing it, you did, Sasha. I watched you and you participated in our conversations and we were so thankful, but he did the right thing. He became part of the team. He learned how to do it. Then when he was comfortable, he executed, he dove right in. And, first day wasn't perfect, but it got done. And then the second day was way better. And then the third time, it was just like he's been doing this for years.
The show's getting better every week.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like I said, just overtook him the ratings, and now it's the number one rated show on IBMTV.
But he had to just do it.
I don't know. I'll ask him.
He had to just finally say, "I'm going to do it." Not keep saying, "I'm going to do it tomorrow," because we have several people that would be great shows, but they want it to be 100% perfect. And that's why I tell them there is no 100% perfect show at the same time. And they keep doing post edits, and I go, please get rid of post edits, please. Right, Nick?
Oh yeah, right.
Don't do post edits anymore. Don't do Zoom anymore. Do what we do. This is so.
They want to use the system that we are using. The StreamYard thing is killing, but
I remember when Gary Kasparov recorded his endorsement for Chess Stars. It happened in St. Louis during one of this Singfield's Cup tournament. So I went there with the operator, and we were waiting for the right opportunity. So it was in the lobby. He did that. Kim, did you watch his endorsement? Maybe you did. If you didn't, maybe you'll watch it.
I would, yeah.
There's only one thing. Gary said only one thing. It's gonna be one recording. There will be no doubles. So whatever you can do.
He's not only one take, Gary.
One take. That's
right.
All what I allow is one take. I guess it worked really well, and he was satisfied.
Wow.
Hey, Sasha, you're going to be so big, such a star. So your name's perfect, Sasha Star. You'll someday sit with Gary Kasparov, the former world chess champion, and say, Gary, kiss my ring.
So while we are talking about all of these great things that are going on, we do a lot of work with a good friend of Lynn Shepard's called Henny Morales.
Oh yeah, Henny
Morales is a great producer who's been on our show more than once now, and actually I think we're talking about doing a ongoing session with him every week because he has so much fun with us, and I'm so happy that he has fun with us because it just shows what quality we are, that we're not just wasting time either, because Henny is a very busy man. and he's not one about wasting time. And it takes a lot to do to take an hour out of your day, or 30 minutes out of your day and talk with us. But tonight he is having, he shared with us some background shots yesterday. He's going to bring more film to us next week. But I just want to share with the folks his thing tonight, if you can join us.
He's going to be on tonight, Henning Morales?
Yeah, it's a show tonight with Henning Morales.
Okay.
He's showing some of his work. He's also started another show called American Healthy or something like that. Oh, American Healthy, right? So he started that, and that's going to be airing soon. So America Healthy, right? I love that title. But anyway, but tonight you can join him at the movies. You can do Zoom and at this link, or you can go to Facebook and find him and just join him at his Facebook at Henny Morales. But it's a lot of fun. There's a gentleman on here that I was shocked to see. Again, I find out our lives cross a lot, like somebody else, Rex. But there's a guy named Holmes here. If you can see his name, Holmes Stoner, who is actually pretty prominent in the many industries. And I met him in Miami during the Super Bowl projects and working with him on some other projects as well. And I didn't know Henning was affiliated with him, and the projects are nowhere near affiliated with each other. So it's interesting to see in the business world how small we all can be in networking at the end of the day, that, you know, we're our paths across. But I highly recommend everybody watching this tonight. If you need the link, let me know and I'll email it to you, because it's a lot more fun to be on the Zoom and participate and be a part of that. But I watched it last week from Facebook, and
Really?
it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. It'll be on at 9 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah,
Right.
6 o'clock, 8 p.m., 6 to 8 p.m. It is 2 hours, but it goes fast.
Sweet.
It goes
All right.
really fast. So I highly recommend it because he's got the talent on there. They talk about what they did in Italy. We got to watch him do a racing or chasing in cars yesterday, and how they did that in LA and made it look like New York. So it's all just, but again, and I'm not like, you know, again, we don't get paid to do these advertisements. We're only sharing this information because it's good, healthy information. These are people who are here for our benefit. That Henning has other things that he sponsors that I think are healthy ideas, like the prevention of teen suicides and things like that.
Right.
Again, a healthy group of people, a healthy network. We don't always work on all the same platforms, but somehow or another our lives have crossed. I highly recommend watching it. Nick, if you could join us.
Yeah, it gave me some food for thought. I was thinking about creating a new show called "It's All About Me" and bringing the Kardashians.
I kind of like America Health, right? I kind of like this because Henning goes onto the beach running. You know, they're looking at signs that say, you know, stay so many feet away from people, keep your no coolers, you know, all of these signs, right? And it's like healthy America, right? And he's doing this show about how he's staying healthy during COVID and what's important. And it's funny because but again, you know, try to get the positive in your life. This is what I tell people. Like when you guys complimented me about how young I look. If you look at my pictures 10 years ago, I don't look younger. I look wore down, tired, wrinkled, and I've had no plastic surgery. I do have a plastic surgeon. And everybody's asked me that. Did you have plastic? No, it was just rest, a different lifestyle, and I cut out all the bad. And you have to do that for business, huh? Attitude. This is what, you know, just you want to wake up every day. You know, I met Mick at a turning point in my career and everything else, and he made me realize, because when I was watching him and meeting him after our first meeting, I realized he did a few things that I used to do, but he did something that I thought was impressive. People talk about it, but they don't do it. He cuts the negative out of his life. Done. It's not, you know, and granted, it all comes to us, right? but he just knows how to do this. And I go, what a gift.
It's really easy. If you're having a bad day and you just want to disappear, you just snap your fingers like that.
Mhm.
That was pretty easy, wasn't it, Lynn?
Now that we've had this,
Just snap your fingers and you go somewhere else. It's not a big deal.
Now that
I'm going to
we-
be snapping my fingers shortly, but not because I'm having a bad day. It's because I got another appointment
well, I'm
coming up.
glad you joined
But
us. We were supposed
wanna-
to have businesses.
I didn't know I was going to be able to have a little time here, but
That's
I'm
all right. Thank you for
unfortunately have to go,
coming.
and this
Uh,
is going to be tough. Let's hear about the dollar store.
Well, before I do that, I want to tell you
Sure.
a story because it is all about attitude. Okay. When I was 31, okay, and that's, if I'd like to say 15 years ago, I was in O'Hare and I got on a flight to Louisville. And this gentleman was walking down the concourse. I recognized him. He was in a white suit, string tie, and a goatee. And since I was flying first class, I figured, well, there's a chance he might sit down, which he did. He sat right down next to me. And you have all guessed that it was Colonel Sanders. He was 85 years old. He was starting a new business. And over breakfast when they served it, we got talking. The man had more absolute. He was so positive about where he was going. Why was he starting the new business? Because he wasn't a fan of Hubeline, which at that point owned Kentucky Fried Chicken. But he was still traveling 250,000 miles, advertising Kentucky Fried Chicken. And this is a gentleman who was 85 years old. When we got off of the airplane, he had offered me his limousine. I was there to look at some real estate. And in those days, we didn't have cell phones, so I couldn't get a hold of the fellow I was meeting. But he offered me his limousine, and he kept, as he was going down the concourse, sometimes walking backwards, saying, "Son, you should take my limousine. You should take my limousine. I don't have anything to do today." And then he would say, "Hello, Charlie. Hello, Sam," walking backwards. I couldn't keep up with the man. He was 85 years old. And he said, "Son, I got 15 more years of good business left in me, and I am going to have fun doing it." He made another 8 years. A lot of people don't know that he started Kentucky Fried when he was 65 or 66.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, because of the interstate system, which basically took away his drive-by traffic. But it's funny because over your life, you think of different things, and for years I totally forgot about the story. And then I lost a business when I was 65, and I thought, gee, I remember this guy in the white suit and a string tie, and if he could do it, so could I. And it's up here. Now, one last thing before we get to the dollar store. Sasha, Willie, and Kimberly, we need to pitch in and buy Nick some books because
You don't need to buy me books. They haven't moved them all over. Okay, Lynn, I have 60 boxes of books in storage right now. 60 boxes waiting to come in here, and that thing's going to be flushed with books.
That's
I seriously, I got 60 boxes of books.
You know what I like about our age group is we still like our books. We don't throw them away.
I'm having a hard time.
I enjoy that because
oh, Lord.
I've learned to like the electronic books. I can't remember where I read things. I can flag things in a book. I can remember whether I read it on a certain page but I've learned through electronic books, even if I tag them, I can't remember where things are. So I'm still hardback. Nick is still hardback. I like the signatures. And what we're going to do is we're going to start turning Wednesdays into book author days once Nick gets back. And we're going to also line up doing, and we're going to have some people who are also podcasters join us in the book author world, like Katira, and because she's an editor as well. And we're going to start doing that. We're going to do book signings. We're going to line up doing book signings on IBMTV. And I think that that's going to be very unique and very different. And people can sell their books that way. What do you think, Nick?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, the thing is,
I think authors will show up.
They had on C-SPAN one time a book channel, but you know, when it comes to consistency, they were very inconsistent, and so unfortunately, I don't think they have much anymore. And book authors need places to present their materials, and there's a lot. See, we have an ability to present their material internationally on IBMTV, so I think having a book thing would be a book day is going to be really good. Plus, they may actually show up, unlike startups.
Well, they do actually. We've had the Katir.
I know, right? Every time I set them up, they actually show up.
The what's her name? The doctor that was on the show with the book. What's her name? She was on your show as well.
Oh yes, right. Yes.
So they do. The book
authors will show up.
David K. Johnson, who's actually started joining us every Monday for a while. Right. He's authored several books. So, you know, again, we have tried this. It doesn't mean we're going to give up on the startups. We're coming up.
Even chess players write books.
Well, and look at Jim Eade, who wrote Chess for Dummies.
He wrote Chess for Dummies. I mean, that's actually pretty impressive because that's a hard gig to get. For Dummies, somehow he maneuvered his way in to get Chess for Dummies because that pays royalties all the time. So, hey, that's not so bad.
And I don't know, but I've read somewhere that anything that is written by the For Dummy label is actually a kind of a copywritten thing. You have to get your name, you know, you have to qualify, but it's actually, I think, owned by Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be. I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
I might be mistaken, but you know, they're smart enough to do that. Again, you know, I'm going to go get the Microsoft Pandemic game, and I'm going to send it to our government and tell them they need to start playing. You know what I like about Jeff Brown was on our show the other day, and I think he's going to do a series with us as well. The dean from University of Illinois is.
Really?
Yeah, he said that they've added a curriculum that not just your standard risk management courses, you know, because there's risk management, but they're implementing a new kind of risk management course for things like this. So so we've learned a lot through Jeff the other day. So I'm so glad that these deans are joining us and sharing with us, because this is the way our future has to go. And, you know, we've had talks about the difference between the brick and mortar. What's better? Is it better? And I think we're going to have to find a balance. I don't think one's better than the other. I think a balance is what's going to be good. Right, Nick?
Nick left.
Nick, when Nick answers,
I'll be back.
No reply. No comment. This is Nick's no comment.
I have to go to my meeting.
So, dollar store before Nick goes, or just
real quick
wave at him. So very quickly, the dollar store, the Shepherd Family Dollar Store is happy to be a sponsor for Money Masters PBS, which owns IBM.TV. We're giving half of our profit because we love the mission of financial education, trying to cut the gap between poverty and sustainability. And we really hope that people will follow up, become customers, shop at the store, and help us give more money to moneymasters.tv or Money Masters PBS. Sorry. And there are lots of wins. We've talked about the wins. People don't have to go out of their house, therefore they don't have to expose themselves to getting COVID. They can get great products at cheap prices, a lot of name brand products deliver right to their store. They can save money, which is obviously right in line with the mission of Money Masters PBS. They help Money Masters PBS by buying and allowing us to contribute half of our profit. Now, unfortunately, we can't go to Australia yet, Willie, but we are working on India, so that's in the works, and hopefully Australia will get there. We can ship to Canada, as Sasha knows, but here's the problem, of course. Right now, everything gets stopped by Border Patrol, and it could take a half a year for it to get over. My daughter and daughter-in-law live in Toronto, probably not far from where Sasha lives. and they sent my wife a birthday card, and it took something like 10 days for the birthday card to get here. So think about shipping goods across the border, but we can do that. But if you're here in the United States, get at it, because we have discounts. We have a rewards program, $5 off, just to become a customer and then use it anytime. We have dust masks. You just saw them, 50 of them for $30. I just bought some. We have CBD products. In fact, I was listening. I had to go out this morning. I was listening to a program, and they were talking about a lot of athletes. It was a sports program. They were talking about athletes who use various drugs to pump themselves up, and then they get addicted to them. And the comment that the guy made was CBD, which is not addictive, as opposed to marijuana, which is a variant, but the regular CBD, which is non addictive. He said all athletes should use CBD. Maybe it's why Kimberly looks so young, because she was using CBD oil on her face, which is great. But we have CBD products. So, but we've missed one. And can we guess what it is?
Yes, I know. And, there's so many things, but let's take a look. Lynn uses the patches as well for his
patches, right?
Yep. And let's see if I can figure out what we're missing. My problem is my system rebooted and I had to rebuild all of these pages. So bear with me a second. So here's the thing that I am thankful for. One is my makeup counter stuff, but I truly am impressed with the dollar store because they think about me and the minions, because things that make you happy, right? And
there they are.
There they are.
Onion napkins.
And why wouldn't be happy with those goofy, smiley, happy party faces? And that's what I tell people, is that it's the little things, right, that make you happy. And that's what we keep talking about especially the last few weeks, is how can we inspire ourselves? And some of the ways are to find things that make you happy, read those books, find things that make you laugh, music, right? And we've been engaging in a lot of music. Oh, by the way, folks, too, we got a lot more music shows coming up. But thanks to the Family Dollar Store and their big heart in donating to us, we are going to be able to build and do more for our community and offer more opportunities for people to have more shows. And so thank you so much, Lynn. And thank you for the menu. Tell your son thank you for picking that out for me. Again,
so anyway, that's the way Nick's going to look when he gets all his books.
Yeah, Mr. Happy. He will be very, very happy. Something else I want to share with people is the cost effectiveness. When we talk about financial literacy and financial fitness, one of the things I learned in my journey with working with Nick and interviewing the millionaires and billionaires, it's not about making your money. It's about how you manage it, how you budget it, and how you spend it,
right,
how you don't spend it and invest it. And so a lot of people, and even growing up, I thought savings was investing. And back in the day, savings was. We were rewarded highly with high interest rates when I was younger for putting money in savings. And nobody really taught me, just like all of us, how to invest. That was just something I had to stumble on, hear about, and things like that. And coming from a struggling family, I'm not going to say we were low income, but we were always struggling. We were never taught about that because we were always taught to just try to sustain, right? Just try to live, just try to eat, feed yourself, and be smart with your money. My mom was very, very good with budgets and the money that she was provided to take care of a large family. But this is what I learned about them, is just how you spend. Why go out and spend $60 on a product you buy the exact same product online for, not having to buy gas or anything, for $2? Why drive to my makeup counters, spend the time driving there to buy a $20 product when you have it here for $2? And if I spend $25 worth of buying, I get my shipping for free.
Right.
I mean, it's just common sense, people. And it used to be, oh, I bought my, you have the bag, right? Oh, I went shopping at Macy's. Oh, I went shopping at Talbot's, but it's not about that anymore. You can get the same items. Maybe the label's different. And one of the items, the label is not even different. And it's just called smart. Using your money in a smart way, mastering your money. So use the dollar store. Don't go out driving around like Lynn said. Shop safe. I just don't like to go to a store shopping anyway. So this has been great, not having to drive up. Unfortunately, I'm sure they miss me. I don't know, but my trips to the dollar store have come to an end, except for one thing. I got to get these.
Oh, snap.
And the grocery store discontinued them.
Ooh.
They sold out, but the dollar store up here still sells them. So I'll still drive up there for that. So.
Well, we can't ship perishables, of
I
course.
know. That's okay with me.
Yeah.
That's okay. I don't need them that much anyway. I put on the COVID-19 and I got to take it off. So it's not that bad. That's what Dr. You and I talk about. What?
So go to the IBM.TV website, click on the green button. It does say shop at the dollar store. So if you happen to be colorblind like my father was, and you didn't know whether it was green or whatever, at least it's a button and it says shop the dollar store. So go hit the button.
This is what I told Ankit. I want to make it so easy for people. I want to give them the biggest thing that we can put. And that's what we found, that there were other things, but it wasn't as big. I want, so what that it takes up all of our landscape. I want it so easy that people go there and go, oh, I could go to the dollar store right here and make it that easy, like an app on the phone, right? Just...
So Jim said the other day that he shopped, and we thank him for shopping because supporting IBM.TV. But he said one of the things he wanted to buy were the patches, and I was concerned that he was hurting himself playing chess.
Oh, yeah, it's a little stressful, right? You burn 6,000 calories playing. So.
All those moves that he had to make was giving him tendinitis in the arm. So,
yeah, right. It's like, oh my gosh.
But Sasha's so good. Sasha's so good. He doesn't need patches for playing on his arm.
Well, and again, it's you just never know. Kind of leaning really hard and thinking and hitting that speed button real fast. Your turn. I mean, I showed you the games with Nick and John Fanning, which I thought was fabulous. But it can be dangerous when somebody goes, "Oh, I'm done," or but it's hitting that button, right? You got to be quick, draw my call, right? Gonna hit that button, my move. But I think what Sasha is doing is great, because it is giving us an alternative way to do something that they say burns 6,000 calories. It came from the National Geographic. I'm not making it up.
Yeah.
That's what I tell people. Most of my information, if it doesn't come from my doctors at Duke, or now the doctors on IBMTV, it comes from National Geographic. I limit my reading because media can be like one-sided or the other, or it's paid for by pharma. I mean, one day I read something like thinking it was a real article, and I was like, wow, this is interesting. And it ended up being a paid for advertisement. I was so mad because I wasted, my whole time reading a paid for, document. And so I try to be very careful, but National Geographic, pretty sound information. And I trust them, even though they are paid for. They are very They're not restricted. This is what I like about them. They're not restricted. They're not gag ordered. They're very universal. That's the word I'm looking for. So and transparent. So, but anyway, I thank you, Lynn, for your support, for wanting to do financial literacy, which I think we've now turned Mondays into an excellent financial literacy foundation. That's our, and we're going to be building on that as soon as Nick gets moved. But I think every one of our conversations kind of delves into how to become financially fit. And even if it means, doing more things with your family because it makes you happier, because when you make yourself happier and you do things like that, you become, you do these right things, you become financially fit.
You do.
But these conversations, never really even continued to have for a very, very long time until I started getting children. And I say getting children because we took in children for years. And I thought, I want them to grow up a little more understanding than I did. And I used to think the same thing. It's so boring. I don't want to do it. But I had to. If I didn't learn certain skill sets and learn how to manage my own money, people would have probably stolen a lot of money from me, right? One of the stories that opened my eyes to that was a man who owned one of the largest pieces of land in Raleigh, North Carolina, and it turned into a mall, the most prominent mall for many, many years. And he trusted his best friend to be his bookkeeper and CPA and accountant. And they were for 25 years. And one day he found out his friend was embezzling money from him. It wasn't in big chunks, so it took a long time to figure out. But I mean, imagine it was somebody he 100% trusted from high school for life kind of thing. And it was because he didn't even want to think about his finances, right? He just, here, I make enough money. I don't even want to think about it anymore. And I told myself when I heard that story, I don't ever want to be in that boat. I want to be where I at least look at my books. Even if I hand it off, I like to hand it off to somebody to maintain, like bookkeepers and stuff like that. But I want to be able to, and I can do it real quick in my head. I know what I should have every month. And if I know my spreadsheets, I know if I sell 100 subscriptions to something, I know what my balance sheet should be at the, and that's really, if you just understand those things. Reconciliation, children today do not learn how to reconcile. They all count on the e-banking system to be upfront and honest with them. But several times I have caught where somebody has actually gone in and hacked into the bank and was taking out money in little chunks. And if I had not been reconciling my books and doing a little checklist, and not counting on my, like where you do some bookkeeping and you do your entries in the crossover, I would have never caught it. The bank would have never caught it. So I tell people, reconcile your statements, right? Reconcile some of them or all of them. If you use a business card all the time, a credit card, then reconcile it every month. And then if you dump all that data into your banking statement, it doesn't hurt to do a quick reconciliation. It takes time, but, I used to reconcile for one man. It used to drive me crazy, but we reconciled every spend that he did on his credit card. And then we imported that information. And then I reconciled everything he did on the bank. But everything was reconciled down to the penny. And, that's good practice. It really, really is.
It is good practice. Yep.
But they don't teach that. I have built a children's board game. Not boring, I hope. We test drove it at the NFL chess program for children when we hosted that in December. And I really like the game because it teaches children, kind of like Monopoly, right? But it teaches children how to do a ledger.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so you start out with money in the bank account, say pretend grandma gave you this. And then just like all the other games, you kind of like pull cards and it says you've just been given $10 from your brother or it's your birthday, you've been, and then it makes you think about how are you going to allocate that money. And you write down at the beginning, if you get, what do you want? Do you want to buy a bike? Do you want to buy roller skates? Do you want to go on a trip? Do you want to join a club of some kind? But it makes you write down something you want and how much it costs, and then it helps you plan based on the ledger how long it's going to take you to get it, based on gifts, based on doing chores, based on hiring yourself out to do babysitting. But it teaches you all of this, and it also teaches you how to set aside money for donating, money for taxes, because I think about that. Even if you're a child,
Right.
even if it's money that doesn't really go to taxes, you put it into a savings account. Because I wasn't taught that, and that was a big hit in the gut. But when I had to go out and go, whoa, I got to pay how much to taxes?
especially people who are 1099 earn money through as a contractor rather than as an employee, because nothing's taken out.
No. And you need to know. So what you need to do is you pretend, right? This is what I tell people. So if you don't want to pay up front, that's fine. That's actually a smart millionaire way. But what you do is, that's their mindset. But what you do is you pretend. So you take that money and you put it into an account that you don't touch, but you let it accrue interest, right? Mm-hmm. And then you pay it later. But you might not have to pay it all based on your expense sheets and based on your deductions and things like that. So when you learn more about how millionaires and really the wealthy do things, they actually don't pay everything up front. They don't. And everybody says they don't pay. It's illegal not to pay. All right. So they all pay. They just know how to get it all back. So it's not that they don't pay their taxes, but tax law, originally when taxes were started, it was intended to be a loan, right? It was intended to be a loan to the government, and then it came back. And when it first was started, it was intended to be temporary, just to fund the war. The Civil War. And they said it was, and I'm like, oh, any politician tell you that, that's not going to happen. And once they get their fingers on that money, they're going to find a way to spend it again. So, and every time they say we're going to temporarily go up on a tax, no, it's going to go up. You're never going to see it go down. But what they instituted was ways for the wealthy. It's not about not paying. It was about how they got all their money back. So, in essence, they look at the money they pay into the tax system as a loan, and they get back that money at the end of every year, but they pay in. So whenever I hear somebody didn't pay in, unless I hear that they never reported, that's not true. But you're right, 1099s, and I tell people, be very careful, because it's so easy to have all that money and you get yourself in a rut and you spend it.
Right.
Then you're in trouble, So there's two ways to handle it. The government likes you can report it monthly, right? Which is a pain or you can report it quarterly, which to me is another pain. Or you can just put a little aside, like a 30%, whatever your taxes would be, put it aside into a savings account. Don't touch it. It's never to be touched. And at the end of the year, you report your taxes and pay it. Mm-hmm. So, and some states, there's a penalty for doing it that way. You have to know your tax laws. And tax laws are confusing now.
Very, very.
I've been preparing my own for 26 years. And 25 years. And because I decided my accountant wasn't doing enough for me and I wanted to learn. So back then it was complicated, but every year since then, it was like somebody's making job security here, right? It keeps getting more and more complicated. And this year there's a new provision in there that just threw me for a loop. I was just like, who wrote this? It shouldn't be that complicated. There's one form. This is how stupid it is. And I said I was going to fill out a form today to show people something, and I will. There's this one form, and you fill it out. Kid you not. You start at the top with a value from your 1040, and you fill it out, and you get to the bottom and you take that number and you put it back up and you start all over again. Oh yeah. You put it back up here to subtract it and start all over again until you get down to the middle. And that's the value you put back into your 1040. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. I got it around here somewhere. Yeah. No, the IRS. That's their formula for a true NOL, a true net operating loss. That you can use, not the net operating, but that's how you calculate the net operating loss. You would think it's I spent more than I earned, and then you only allow certain assets of spending, which is fine with me. You would think it would be that easy, right? And it's not. Just that one simple formula. It's you got to take it up here, and they got all of these numbers you got to squash in there, and it's all it is job security. None of those numbers and values are part of it. It's just making you nah. I sat down and did my own formula, and it was as simple as just not inputting certain things that were on your taxes. Just don't, but they don't do that. They make you fill this out. But what it was job security, so that you had to have a CPA fill it out for you. That's all it was.
Well, I do.
Well, most people do. I just unfortunately like to know what they're doing. I do like to hire a CPA, but I don't trust them. So because they don't always get you, they don't always get you what you're entitled to.
You're absolutely right about some CPAs.
Yeah, some CPAs they don't cross a certain line and exercise your rights, and that's why I always hear from like an auditor or something. Well, nobody uses this, and I go, but is it legal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I said it's legal, but your reason for auditing me was nobody ever uses it. I'm clueless here. And nobody uses it because it's too complicated, or a lot of CPAs feel like it will red flag you for being audited. And their goal is to set you up so that you're not red flagged for auditing, not to give you every benefit that you're entitled
to.
So,
right.
Yep. So, and I had a bet with a very, very wealthy man in Raleigh about this, because he came back to me. He was going to invest in one of my projects. And he came back to me and he said, my accountant said that you take too many risks and that you'll probably be audited. And I go, you know what? I'm under audit right now. That's funny you say that. I am under audited right now. I said, did your accountant say any of it was wrong? And he goes, no. And I said, well, I got a bet for you. See, the way I do it, I get more benefit for my money on my return because it's legal. And so I'll make a bet with you. If I come out of this audit clean, you have to fire your accountant and find somebody that gets you more benefit.
Ooh, did he?
And he was going to, but I told him not to. That wasn't. But we took the bet. He took the bet because they didn't think I was going to come out clean. They didn't think I would. They said there's no way, and I go, it's legal. There's nothing wrong. There in the book, it was legal. The thing is nobody uses it because they know that it becomes a red flag. So he realized I was right, and but I looked at him and said, don't fire your accountant. Just ask your accountant to get you those benefits. Just talk to him about it. But those are I shouldn't challenge people that way. That's wrong. I've done that a few times. If you think you're so right, then bank your job on it, right? I did that when they tried to overbuild on the watershed, and people were like, "We're giving false data is what they were doing," and I said, "Well, if that's true, bank your job on it." And the girl started crying because she knew she was lying in front of thousands of people. She broke down and started crying. And I go, what? Well, you're being a bully. I go, no, I'm not. You're lying, and your lies are going to ruin the ecosystem here. Your lies are going to ruin other lives around here. You can't your data's wrong, and you know it. And they can't, and it was all government strings pulled, right? And she finally broke down and told the truth. But But, I shouldn't do that to people, but I have a tendency of doing that. But anyway, but financial literacy is important.
It is.
Building a business, when you're building your lives, especially if you have a family and you're wanting to start a new business, you have to think really hard about the time that you spend, that you're going to be spending away from your family, and not just the time, because time is money, but you have to think about the money you're going to invest in it and the money that you're going to expect people to invest in it. And you got to think about your thresholds, what your break-even points are, and what your breakdown point is. And I mean mental breakdown. So that's very important. So you need your break-even analysis, which nobody ever does. I think Sasha does it because Sasha puts together a book this thick. But and we talk about things, but so I know Sasha does it. And I think Willie does it because he's had several successful businesses. But if you don't have that break-even analysis and you don't know what you need to sell, where where your break-even is, you will always be chasing that light rather than leading the light. And you don't want to be always looking at the end of the tunnel for the light. You want to be leading that light. So that's what and unfortunately today we had, fortunately we had a lot of people lined up. And again, nobody showed up on the Startup Wednesday. So Nick and I hope you heard, we took a vote with our team here that we're going to start doing book authors. And Nick will be back next week in full swing. So he will, because Nick is really good at interviewing book authors, and we'll make it a good team. But we'll line up the book authors. We'll line up doing book signings so the book authors can start selling their books. And we'll make this a very big promotional program for book authors. And we're not going to drop startups. We're just going to find a different platform that will work for them. And
we need to work the way they want us to work. So that is what we will do. We will let them do the deck thing, let them register the form, let them pay the entrance registration charges, and let them follow the rules. Basically, I think we need to work on startup rules, and that's how they will show up, because it's difficult to line up startups. And you won't believe, I had a word with a lot of startups, and I'm surprised no one wants to show up. And then they are looking for funds around the world, and they said that they are global startups and they want to expand business, they have solutions and things like that. But when it's time to show up, I'm surprised. And it's not about startups who are wanting to start, it's about startups who are already built up and they just wanted to expand in different countries.
And here's what's sad is I've had conversations with certain investors recently, and people who want to invest money. And because of what happened with COVID, certain people went and invested in certain ways and things like that. And now everybody's looking for a new venue of investing. They don't feel stock is the 100% way to go right now. So, of course, let's reinvest back in our startup communities. And I think Magic Johnson kind of lit that fire, right? And, of course, what he did was he just donated money. He's not investing into startups for money back. None of that money comes back to him that I'm aware of, unless it's paid back in the interest rates that he's getting back. But there are people who are talking to me about, hey, I'm interested in investing. What do you recommend? I've got people contacting me to get events going and things like that. These startups could come here, talk about what they have, get a little bit of visibility. You never know. But I mean, there are people with real portfolios ready to start investing. I'm going to have one of them come on our show next week. He's been talking about, I'm going to come. But you know what? He stayed so busy during COVID, like Ankit and I, that he hasn't had time to come. And when he keeps saying, I want to come, I want to be on your show, I want to share with the world what's going on.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. If someone wants to call me at 4 a.m., I'll pick up the call. It's about business and it's about startup. I'm ready to do it. And I'm surprised people are not still sincere about the work. And this is COVID. We don't have. If you talk to the general public, they don't have work right now. And I told everyone that I have a work. If you wanted to align, we'll align and we'll get the work done. But if you don't show up, if you're not sincere, if you're not disciplined, if you're not If you're not passionate about the work, you can't do it. I mean, if you don't have work now, you don't have work anytime. And that is what I
I
think.
agree with you.
I
And
remember Lynn messaged me the other day. I think it was 2:30 a.m. and he said, "You are still on bed or what? I mean, what are you doing?" So I said, "I still have to make a couple of calls," and that's what we have to do basically.
well, and Ankit and I, we work. I was up till 11:30 last night communicating with people, and I'm also trying to recruit more people to come on the show. And it's not that we don't have a lineup; we do, but we want the right people to come on the show. And Lynn had to leave; he was our big supporter. All right, so introduce who we have here, Ankit.
So we have Harsh from Gravitas Tech. Harsh, can you introduce yourself and what do you do? Where are you from? To our
Yeah,
viewers.
sure.
Just a moment. There is a voice issue. Came. Is it from your end or is it from our end?
I just ran my. I got to keep it up all the time now. I just ran my ad killer, so I don't think it's me.
Harsh, it's not coming well from your end. I'll just mute you and let's see how it goes. Is it better now?
I
Willie?
think so. Willie,
Sasha?
Yep.
Sasha,
Yep.
It's from our end. Basically.
can he log out and log back in?
Okay, I can do that. Give me a couple of minutes, so maybe I will start. Okay.
We have an interesting sound barrier. It happens, but anyway, so I think that we just need to establish. I'm going to put back up our registration link for startups.
Yeah, we have to do that.
And get a template for them so they know what they have to bring to the table.
I'll tell you one more thing. I am talking to someone in Japan, in Australia, and in UK. I am talking to those startups since 4 weeks.
Wow.
And they have questions every time, but they don't want to show.
No, see, we need to put that cord, and it just needs to be like Kevin O'Leary did, right? He said he ran into the same thing, and it got to, and you know who he is, Shark Tank, right?
Yeah.
And he said when he set the template up and said, this is what you have to bring to the table, this is how much it costs, and they showed up and they were ready. So, and he didn't have to go, because it's not about us coaching them to get here.
Yeah.
They just need to get here, and so. Again, we keep trying this, but this is who we are. We're entrepreneurs. We're not ready to give up on people. We're just going to change how we do things. And again, we're going to give this slot to book authors and
But I'll tell you what's happening in India because of excess of heat. Everyone is using the power, and we have shortage of power just in terms of transmission, and that's why the connection is going down. Because
and
the
I
temperature,
say what happens here, but
today's temperature is more than 110 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow. Okay. So, Ankit, what they need to look at is solar, right?
Yeah.
And by day, you're utilizing an off-grid device, which I had mentioned to someone here, which is against the law, right? It's against the law for us to go off-grid. So we're not allowed to, if we install solar, we have to install it through the government funded programs, which are funded by the utility companies. So the utility companies owns all the solar. So if they say we're a free country, we're not. In Florida, they implemented an enforcement that arrests people if they install solar on their house without notifying them and connecting. You have to connect it to the utility company. They call it reselling back, but you have to pay them. So listen to how stupid this is. It is $85,000 for me to install with the utility company installing for me. So wait a minute. And what a lot of people don't understand is was one of the companies I used to be invested in. I'm still invested, I guess, is a solar providing company, right? And the guy devised a technique that one solar panel can generate enough power for a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms.
That same thing happening in India as
One
well.
panel.
And you know how much one panel costs?
How much for you?
It's around $2,000 in India.
So I can get it for about $800.
Wow.
Okay, and then we resell the kit because we built a kit is what we did, And in the
I'm talking
kit,
about the complete kit. I'm talking about the complete installation. It's $2,000, including the panel and including other equipment.
so yeah, the panel is 800 because we were buying a volume, right? The panel is $800, but the kit itself, we sell the kit itself for $2,500. So you have a whole complete contained kit that does everything, including pumping water. So if you get into a situation that your water's not pumping, say if you own a well or if you're out by a lake and you need to pull lake water, it's a filter system. It's got UV, WHO approved UV disinfecting, and it's got 3 filters to make sure worms and crap don't get into your drinking water. So anyway, so yeah, $800. And so I'm sitting here going, okay, we're in a crisis right now. What if the power goes out? So screw them. I'm going to install my own right now, right? Just in case, as a just in caser, right? So, but the portable unit that we built it's on wheels and it's used for replacing your gas generator in a storm, right? Because a gas generator costs gas and it makes fumes. It's loud. It's noisy. The solar generator that we have is very quiet. It's no fumes, and it doesn't cost anything but the sun, right? Both of them cost you about the same amount of money to buy from the hardware store, right? It's about $2,500 for a good gas generator, and it's $2,500 for the solar. The difference is I need the sun. Now, recently, somebody came up with that some scientist has invented a liquid solar device, liquid solar collector. And they're utilizing a gas, but it's not really liquid. See, they're going around calling it liquid. And what they do is, I guess they can build it using liquid formula down to the molecular, but it hardens into a thin a thin surface that is about like as fingernail paint. All right, it's about that thin, but it's still hardened, so it's not liquid. But they engineered it by utilizing certain liquid forms of gas and everything, and then it solidifies. So they are coming up with some really neat things. Whether it works or not, I don't know. And this is what I tell everybody: I don't care that it's liquid. It still has to connect to something to store the power so that you can use it. Because we have yet to learn how to deliver power to our devices, right?
Yeah.
Without that. So you either have to have a battery, you have to have a cord that plugs directly in, because all of our devices are designed that way. They were not designed to wirelessly capture that for a reason. And the reason why is so that the power company could sell you the power. So
I completely understand. There are a lot of ways to generate small power. I have seen a lot of examples. If you have that watermelon and put that watermelon in the cold ice, and then try your mobile charger, it will work.
Yeah, well,
You just put the charger in the watermelon, it will work. Other way, if you just put a small turbine into the flowing water and put a charger, your mobile will charge.
Well, and I'll share some other things. My niece took the wires off of her charger and plugged them into an orange and charged her phone with an orange. So plants generate energy. This is what I've been telling people for years. If we could derive the energy from the plants, we'd probably never need gas. We would never need, but nobody spends their mind taking this. But plants have and store a lot of energy. Think about it. When their leaves, they have to have a lot of energy to turn green.
Yeah.
The evergreens have to maintain a lot of energy to grow and maintain green. And we all think that energy is just life, but it's not. It is pure energy. Some life forms retain so much energy they glow. There are life forms on Earth that will actually turn into a form of light because of so much energy. Think about the life forms in the water, right? That have electricity in them. right? The eel, the electric eel, right? So we either one, we have found it and you've got people who buy it out so that we can't use it, or we haven't used our brains to find it. It's solar. Why hasn't everything turned to solar? Seriously. Why hasn't everything and really
It's all about money basically, and also if you turn everything in solar, there is no transaction, and there are no revenues for government as well, and that is what. But I'll tell you, in India, where I mean, we are doing a lot of solar harvesting in those unproductive lands which are not good for plantation and for farming. So we are doing PPP model where public-private partnership. We are putting up a lot of solar harvesting, and I mean supplying those electricity to the needful people at a very rebateful cost. And that's happening around India. And also, I mean, if someone wants to set up their own solar power plant at their house, I mean, they can do it. I mean, it's not that you have to take permission from government. You can certainly do it, but as a backup, you need to have that electricity connection from the government. That is what we do.
That's the thing, is the government has to own it, and the thing is I don't know why. Why do they have to own it? And so, well, if Arsh is able to get on, we'll talk to him. I've got a video I want to share of you of a product, and maybe you guys can help me get it out. Arsh.
Hello. Sorry, I'm back now.
Don't be sorry. It happens to all of us.
I can see some voice background noise.
He might have one of the videos.
Sorry, is it okay now?
Try. Oops.
No,
Do you have a Facebook open or a YouTube open?
Nothing open. I've just closed it.
Okay. Do you have two devices? Are you using two devices?
No, it's a single laptop. I'm just using a laptop, and I can use another laptop.
Let's see what happens now.
Okay.
Usually I have to shut all of my YouTubes.
Yeah. Because I can see a lot of disturbance from the background. Okay, so use another laptop then.
Okay. Yeah, give me a second. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No problem. Yes, Kim. So, you want me to put up the video, or you will be putting up the video? I have one video.
I'm going to play a video of a really cool technology, okay? And it's really, really cool. I really, really like this product. He thought it out for one or two reasons. It is patented, but you can daisy chain your power to have as much as you need or as little as you need. So you're not, you can control what you have, but it's really very cool. Let's see if I can share this. Here we go. It's just a short video.
An all-in-one off-the-grid survival system. HOPE stands for water, purification, energy. This is a solar water purification system, solar electric generator, and water pressure system all in one. Drinking water and infrastructure is likely lost when a disaster happens. The HOPE system addresses these key issues. First, we have the water purification of the system. Totally self-contained and powered, this system can be taken directly to a contaminated water source. There, the water can be cleaned and purified, producing only the finest quality water to drink immediately or be stored for later use. Now, local ponds and swimming pools become a survival water resource. The system utilizes various water filtration techniques, consisting of microinfiltration, carbon filtration, ultraviolet, reverse osmosis, and alkaline are also produced. In total, the system can produce 3 types of water: purified water at 2.5 gallons per minute, reverse osmosis and alkaline waters at 4 gallons per hour. In most disasters, water contamination usually kills more people than the actual disaster. The next key feature of the system is the ability to pressurize water. This feature allows you to reestablish water pressure in your home if pressure is lost from the utilities. Now water can be drawn from a swimming pool or other resource, then backfed into a standard garden hose outlet. Water pressure is then reestablished, allowing for toilets, showers, and sinks to run as if they're on the utilities. Use this feature to create pressurized water off-grid. The system is also capable of drawing water from a resource to fill containers, pump water from one location to another, or simply water gardens. Power generation is the final feature of the HOPE system. Energy is produced to run the entire system for both water purification and pressure. Additional power is produced, allowing for both 120-volt alternating current and 12-volt direct current. Now you have a portable solar generator, capable of charging cell phones, laptops, power tools, radios, and more. Also run TVs, home computers, lights, small appliances, and more with the onboard power inverter and 12-volt DC plugins. The HOPE system was created to address key components one might experience in a disaster situation. Purification of contaminated water resources is the core of the system. But with the ability to create power and pressurize the water, the system is made to bring back comforts of those lost in a disaster or power outage. Now you have a system not dependent on the power grid or public utilities to provide basic survival needs. Find out more at www.h2opesystem.com.
That's wonderful.
Isn't
But I think
that and it's patented? But here's the thing: nobody has bought it. Nobody will buy it because they want to wait until an emergency. Then they want him to deliver at massive amounts.
yeah.
Everybody says, "Oh, I can build that," or and he does have a patent. But fine, go build it. Because he engineered it so that you can stack the power supply to your needs. So he ran, this is what's interesting. He owns a water store, and and it's through him that I learned about all the different kinds of waters that can make you healthy. But he owns this big, huge water store, and he built the store in the city without 1 ounce of city electricity.
Oh.
No,
That's
he
nice.
went in with power tools and lights, and he built everything with that one unit. Everything. And then, and then he uses different filters in there. You saw how you can pump water, and to pump water at that rate takes a lot, to pump for a house. But anyway, hello and welcome again. Woo!
I hope it's better now.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, might be the laptop issue then. Actually, a lot of meetings happen over different sort of channels. So every time the permissions change, there might be something with that.
Maybe, maybe.
Do
you use Zoom?
We've stopped using Zoom.
Okay, that is fine because Zoom is having a lot of problems in and out.
I'm curious.
Indian government have a special guidelines to how to use Zoom and why not use Zoom and try other platforms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just trying to be safe.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, people take advantage of our any crisis situation, whether it's for good or bad. And you're always going to have people who are going to go do something to tamper and cause problems. But you know what? Here's what's great. We know you're successful because you're resilient and you don't give up. So welcome. And let's talk about some of the things that you're doing.
Yeah, sure. So we left at the introduction part. So I'm Arsh. I'm co-founder and chief operations officer at Gravitas AI. And we are into artificial intelligence and blockchain space. Our mission is to empower organizations with AI and blockchain solutions so that they can optimize their productivity and enhance the customer experience they want to provide. About me, so I have core interest in operations management and analytics and machine learning. So my background and studies have been in this area. I've been product advisor to IBM team for IBM Watson core team sitting in New York. And apart from that, I've led world's first healthcare information provision chatbot delivery. And quite enthusiastic about working in artificial intelligence space. I also consult a lot of organizations for AI strategy and these sort of areas.
So, wow. So, and we apologize for not properly introducing you. I always felt like we already knew you by the time you got back on. So, You have the number one thing to me, and that's resilience. But anyway, so you've done a lot in the AI industry, and I will say this: it's not something when I came up through the engineering world that they were taught us. We had to build it. We had to define it. It's still being built and defined, as far as I'm concerned. How do you feel?
Yeah, definitely. AI has a long history. It goes back to the times of 1950s, back in the times of Alan Turing, where a lot of machine learning algorithms, etc., were being developed. But after that, I think about 1970s, it took a pause. World was heading in different directions. Then 1990, computer, etc., those sort of things came in. And again, it has started picking up momentum in the last 5, 7 years, where the world has realized that there's a lot of potential in understanding and utilizing mathematics to create machine learning algorithms and get insights from them, from those algorithms, get understanding of the type of processes, process improvements that can be done, or the type of uses that can be done through the use of artificial intelligence by augmenting human intelligence, such as your perception, thinking ability, or speech, or visual abilities, etc.
Wow. I mean, and it takes and people don't understand this. It's not like you just get an engineering degree and then it happens. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of understanding, a lot of learning. And I tell everybody machine intelligence is, what you mentioned, or AI takes a lot of HI, period. And this is what I tell people. It's only as smart as HI. So AI is intended to make our jobs easier. Go ahead.
We have AI, we have HI, and then we have PI as well.
PI.
Okay. What's
PI
a PI?
is political intervention.
Oh,
Okay.
political intelligence.
That's
Whatever
everywhere.
people saying.
Yeah, that's another way of augmenting human intelligence.
So, but people don't understand the elements that go into artificial intelligence. It's a lot of programming. It's not like it just evolved. And we have computers like Watson, who help to entertain us, as far as I'm concerned, into and educate us into what AI can do. But quantum computing has been around for quite some time. And we're, still, trying to evolve it, right? It's still in that evolution phase. But this is what I tell people, there is no universal standard. So, and until we conform some kind of universal standard, I often wonder how much good does it really do all of us? Am I individually make sense for certain people and everything? But until we learn to scale up that one next stage and trust each other and make it a universal application and use universal standards, I don't think it really benefits all of us the way it can.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there are quite some few important concepts and few important components, I'll say, to build a solution, and that is where we are heading towards. We need to bring everything together. So it's not only about the technology which is there. So technology is an enabler. You can have a go at maths and study and build machine learning algorithms, which are the real backbone of providing augmented experience in terms of human intelligence. But there's also a very important component of understanding the user journeys, so understanding the real world problems, because technology has to sync up with the real world problems to solve it. So, for example, there might be a situation where a person wants to go from one place to another place. Just giving an example. So, for getting to that particular situation, what is the technology which can enable that? Understanding that bit is quite important. And then all of this has to be packaged with the right user experience so that it's good to be perceived as well. So all these three components together, when brought together, form a solution which will be good for humans.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing, is you have to think it out really well too. I have an invention as well, and it was easy to come up with a big picture of it, but then I had to think about all the little elements that made it more foolproof, right? So it wasn't just about, does the GPS work, but how can I build thresholds that generate proper alerts, right? Because you don't want just any alert anytime. You want that alert, and you don't want false alerts, right? So you might have it tiered so that you get pre-alerts. And then those pre-alerts, artificial intelligence will tell you, oh, you know what? That pre-alert is getting more and more breached, right? So then that artificial intelligence is starting to make decisions. It can also establish patterns, right? This is something a lot of people don't talk about, is that you can help establish a person's patterns every day. And you might be able to predict, hey, that person's diabetic, but he's going into the candy store every day. Something simple, right? So send the alert that maybe he needs to slow down, right? Predictability wise, we think that you're going to make yourself worse in a couple of years if you keep going to the candy store every day. So there are ways you can use artificial intelligence, and we've not even tapped into all of them. Share some of the things you're doing?
Yeah, so we are working in space where we're doing agents, and we're also doing intelligent decision automation systems. And in the roadmap, we are going to go ahead with doing decision augmentation systems. So at the moment, we are doing chatbots and intelligent artificial intelligence systems, virtual assistants. We can do telephony transfers, human transferring a particular conversation to humans. We can recognize images. We can understand information from that and try to understand what the images are about. We are into sentiment analysis as well to understand human sentiments and do a bit of understanding of what the conversation was about, whether the particular person was happy, sad, or it was a neutral sort of expression. We also into quite robust research and development, and we have done our own research and development in terms of producing a natural language paraphrasing capability, which reduces the effort of doing such projects by about 50 to 60%. And we're cutting the effort down in the areas of content curation, so that doing the variations, etc., is becomes easier. We're also automating the stuff in terms of getting the user experience right, so that the clients have the capability to do the user experience for themselves. Try to tailor it, work on different sort of A/B testings, etc. And also on the second side, in the technology side, the sort of implementation we are doing from the NLP helps us reduce the number of calls, etc. And the processing power is also increased through that.
No, and I mean, you say all of these things, and half the world doesn't understand all the work that goes into them. They just know the end result, like a chat bot. Wow, that's great. This thing talks to me, or this thing understands. But you mentioned something that technology has taken that next step to sophistication, and that's called understanding our sentiments, right? Understanding and potentially expressing some empathy, of which we know technology hasn't had the ability to do, right? It has not been able to find a heart yet. Can we program it to? Maybe we can program it to understand when a person's not feeling happy, right? And it can give some expressions. It's kind of scary. I've had Siri express some things to me once.
I understand where you're coming from. It's quite important while implementing such technologies that ethical standards are followed. And at Gravitas, we do follow ethical standards. Whatever is prescribed, a lot of countries are still working on ethical documentations for artificial intelligence, and more will be coming in future. But yeah, having that threshold to understand where technology should limit itself so that it doesn't interfere completely with humans is something which is quite important in developing these solutions.
So you mentioned that you worked with some other companies. I think some of them sounded like the big corp. These are what you learn about is not crossing over certain boundaries when you are working with the public. So are you still affiliated with any of the companies right now?
I do consult a lot of companies. So basically on the AI strategy bit and effective implementation of AI solutions. So for example, I'll just give the example. So for healthcare information provision board, for example, if you're trying to develop that, then it's quite important to have an understanding of developing a solution which provides information, but exactly that is not a prescriptive information. So the tone of voice and the type of implementation which needs to be done has to be done in a way that it takes care of that, so that the perceive. It's important to understand that the user which is sitting on the other side, how they will perceive the information and what impact it will have on that particular user, because ultimately you're providing information which can be sensitive to different people, and some may not be sensitive to some people. So you need to remove that bias out of the solution to understand and effectively optimize the solution so that it's well received from everyone, it's useful for everyone.
No, yeah. And I mean, and these are things that need to be looked at moving forward. What are some of your favorite projects that you get involved in? Because AI can be fun. It really can.
Yeah, so it's very interesting subject for me because the first thing is that I love mathematics, so I really get excited with algorithms, and secondly, it's about augmenting human intelligence, which is quite exciting as well. So yeah, very close projects I'll say is was the healthcare information provision board. So that was a really close project for me because we're doing something for the people, and we're investing a lot of time in understanding the areas where it can be a problem as well, because you don't need to want to develop a solution which can cause some problems, right? So effectively doing user research at each and every point of time is quite important in AI solutions. So that is something which, so that particular project is very close to my heart. And apart from that, the NLP R&D project. So I'm a techno-functional guy, so understand technology, work on it as well. But I've had a background of being a developer as well. So that research and development to improve the existing process, so that we can reduce the time for developing such projects, delivering such project solutions. That is something which is also very close to my heart.
No, I mean, and the thing that gets is interesting is that this is just going to get bigger.
Mm.
Everything that this is not something that we're just developing now. This is you're building the future, right? Again, we say it's been around. A lot of people don't even know it's been around for 50 years. You impress me because I can talk to people and they talk like it's only been around 10 years, but no, you knew that it's been around for 50 years. A lot of people don't even know that quantum computing has been around for over 50 years. They just didn't know what to do with it. They still don't know what to do with it. Uh, they are just now releasing it for people to attach things to. But again, there has to be some sort of universal standard so that we can start enjoying the resources that are growing and everything. What are some areas, we talked about some of the things you like to do. Let's talk a little like sci-fi. What I like to do sci-fi is, where do you see this going?
Well, to be honest, it's difficult to predict, like the COVID-19 situation. But having said that, I see the current state evolving into a stage where we'll have more informed decision making in the next 4 or 5 years, and that will be driven through artificial intelligence. Businesses will use artificial intelligence to understand the insights. The current situation, we in some developing nations, we are moving towards that state, but overall picture, I'll say we are in a stage where we are doing some sort of conversation provision, information provision, or some sort of process automation through bots at the moment. But going forward in 3 4 times, there will be a lot of decision augmentation stuff which will happen. Uh, Conversation log analysis, understanding what the real users are saying. Based on that, trying to develop some meaningful insights by doing some modeling, predictive analytics, clustering techniques, conjoint analysis, and those sort of things. So I'm talking a bit technical, but those sort of techniques can be utilized and will be used going forward to understand more about businesses. What should be the next steps the businesses should take? What are the KPIs? How these KPIs? What does this KPI reflect, and how users are reacting to the current marketing strategy or sales strategy of the organization, etc.
So,
And
what we need.
how important is the data when you do all kinds of AI algorithms and things like that? Because if you don't have a quality data, whatever you will do on the AI level, it won't give you that much amount of results. So, what are we doing in terms of checking or managing or maybe maintaining our quality in terms of data?
Yeah, so data is quite important. Data is the new oil. So it's quite important in AI solutions because AI solutions run on data. So effective cleansing of data is required. Every AI solution has a purpose, and for solving that purpose, we need to understand the underlying principles for to solve that particular purpose, right? So, for example, if I have a subject A to solve, then I'll have 8, 10 indicators which will help me understand how to solve that subject. Okay, and based on that, I'll have drill downs. Like I have understanding of which data layer or which data extract supports decision making or enablement of that particular layer. So I'll get a data dump. So basically, if I'm talking to interacting with the users, for example, we are interacting right now, and we are generating a lot of quality data, and some of which will be important, some of which will be important for some people. So when we get that data dump, we start analyzing what data is actually quality data for a particular use case, and then we derive that data, cleanse the data, and we'll something around it, some modeling around it to understand whether this particular data has got the right variables which can indicate that this particular decision making can be enabled to that data. So that's the way it works.
So that is what a company can do. But if we talk about at a global platform, suppose in COVID situation, we have to exchange data within each other. Uh, like a global platform, maybe WHO might be sharing data from a lot of countries, or vice versa. At that point of time, you're not sure the data which is coming from a country like Singapore, or a country like Australia, or a country like India. The data is a good quality data, and you can use it and define decisions or make decisions based on AI. How we can? So I'm going to the reverse engineering. How we can plan a good data for our AI solutions? That is what my question is.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we need to obviously, in this case as well, and other cases, we need to understand the exact use case, what we're trying to solve, and then what data and what source of data will be useful for that. So, for example, WHO is trying to solve a particular problem, and they might need data from different geographies. So they extract that. They try to understand the data which is available, and based on the particular use cases requirements, they fetch important components from that data, and then it can be used for a effective solution building. I hope that answers.
Yeah, that answer, but I'm just talking much in detail that anyone can interrupt the data, or anyone can kill the data, or anyone can do a lot of changes in the data, and then the solution or the decision will hamper. So I'm
Yeah,
talking about
so I got it. You're coming from a
yeah,
data security perspective. Yeah, so data security is quite important.
yeah, that is
We
what.
work in an era where we have a platform as a service, cloud services we use. So cloud services are quite robust, resilient in terms of security, and we can always utilize scale up in terms of storage of data, utilization of data, bring in more servers, bring in more machines, bring in more applications and services. So we can always combine that up. So yeah, we have got a very good framework in terms of like the big cloud providers like IBM, Google, etc. They've got quite robust security facilities. So in that ways, that security challenge has been solved by them at a very high level. And this is where the world is heading. The platform providers are providing what you need, and the solution makers are using that platform and the applications, etc., to wield things which are useful for people.
And also, you know that when we talk about AI, or when we talk about bots, people think about election. But bot is not just about election, it's about more than a lot of other things as well. So,
Yeah.
if you can just describe for our viewers how many different kinds of bots we have, or how we can relate the bots with different industries.
Yeah.
General,
So
general question, because it's there are viewers who are non-technical, so they just want to understand what is bot.
Well,
yeah.
and two, I want to hear his explanation, but Ankit, if you could pull up some examples, like you showed me the one on the one website that you built, and we've got one on ours, but if you could, while he's talking about, I think people would understand it more if we showed that. But go ahead and share with us,
So,
and then we can do that.
yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so chatbot is basically a conversational system. So we all have experienced in our lives live chat systems. We worked with that for a long time. So chatbots essentially conversation systems which are not supported by humans, but basically they're trained by humans. So at the end or the back end of the chatbot system, there's a machine replying to you instead of a human replying to you. So that is the basic definition of a chatbot. And then these chatbots, when start working on some sort of automation activities, etc., they become assistants because they're assisting you. So that is the next level. So you get to a level of chatbots, then digital assistants or virtual assistants, and after that, there's some decision automation activities which they start working on. So, for example, in organizations, and it is applicable across sectors. A lot of work which is done, for example, an IT support. IT support guy works on a lot of BAU requests. Every day they get a lot of simple requests which they just need to answer out, or they get a lot of password reset requests, which can be automated by the bot because an IT support guy need not invest their time into resetting passwords, spending 20 minutes to 1 hour per day on that. They can concentrate on something else. So that is the automation part. And then the chatbots can be more intelligent. So these chatbots then become more intelligent. They absorb a lot of data, which can be done, and that data can be used through deep learning algorithms, machine learning algorithms to understand what the user, which is conversing with the chatbot, is trying to ask, or are they happy? Are they sad? Or is the conversation meaningful in terms of like they're getting what they wanted from the chatbot, or they were getting what they wanted from the customer support? So that sort of information is being passed or not. So all that data then can be analyzed, and what I was talking about, decision augmentation, that can be used as KPIs, dashboards, etc., for particular like stakeholders in the organizations. So that is moving towards the organization journey. But having said that, there can be chatbots which can, and there are chatbots which help in natural language conversation just for chatting purposes. I remember there's one, I think, Mitsoku, which is just a conversational chatbot. It talks about normal day-to-day stuff like me and you chatting on a regular day without any particular business interest. And you keep on talking with that, you keep on chatting with that, you can get some good jokes from that particular chatbot. So that is another level of sort of engagement. So it all depends on like the type of use you want to make of the machine and the technology.
And also, we have a lot of internal process bots as well, where we set up a process for a bot, and that bot will do or follow that process every now and then whenever there's an update on an application or an update on a website or an update on an app or things like that. Because that also helps you ease your work, and you just focus on the work, and then rest the process will be managed by the bots. So we can have different kinds of bots for our day-to-day use as well.
Yeah, that is quite important as well. That is a decision automation bit. For example, in Europe, it's GDPR is quite important, right? So a chatbot can take requests from the external user about a data delete or data update request, and the fines are really hefty in GDPR. So you can mitigate that risk through the chatbot because you're not available 24/7, and you might miss some inquiries, and the repercussions of that are quite huge, right? So you get all that information. You may even automate the bot to get a request and process it through your internal systems and do the action and send a notification to a particular stakeholder that this is done.
And that's one more basic question that you know that there are a lot of tech companies who are working with on machine platforms for machine learning, and they take a lot of APIs and servers from companies like Amazon and Google and things like that. And you know that whenever they use some kind of a voice-based API, as a technology guy, I can capture that they have taken it from Amazon or Google because of the voice accent. So how we can overcome these situations? Because it's easy for me to get to know that this person is using an Amazon service, or this person is using a Google service, or this person is using something else. And I mean, I think although they are working on the accent, that they are creating multiple accents for different languages, but still it's easy to understand as a tech guy that what kind of services they are using. And I think that way, for me, I see that as a bridge between them and the company. But why can't we have a custom voice accent for each bot? And I would like to know what kind of accent you have with Tina on Gravitas.
Okay, yeah. So I'll ask the last question. I'll answer the last question first. Tina has got a very neutral accent. We'll try to keep it neutral, but it depends on the technology we're using. The second part of your first question was about can we develop these sort of technologies? Yes, it is. It can be developed because everything is starts with basic maths. You keep on developing. You do
Yeah.
algorithms. You do get a lot of data. Train the algorithms with that data, and you develop a speech capability. The first part of the question was about Amazons and the IBMs who are providing the speech capabilities, etc. So these organizations are quite they're huge. Okay, they've got a lot of data. Like Google has got data, no one in the earth has got that kind of data. Okay, so their processing capabilities, the size of servers they have, the size of applications they have, that's immense. So the way the direction in the world which the world is heating is that these four giants are providing the technology solutions, but there are then technology companies which we are using those technology solutions to develop technology, use the components to develop the technology solutions. So
Yeah.
that is the segregation which I'm seeing at the moment. Having said that, it's quite possible to develop the solutions which Google is doing or which IBM is doing. Like we have developed our own NLP. Okay,
Yeah.
in spite of having the AWS robust NLU engines or the IBM works on NLU engines, but we have tried to develop something which increments the value of that. So it's all about value incrementation and development of a technology solution. So you need to weigh and understand which one works better and how you can improvise and those sort of things.
And what about Tina?
Yes, Tina works on our algorithms and sits on the cloud services, etc., which are provided by Giants. We are not into cloud space. We are a artificial intelligence company. We focus on building solutions which can empower organizations and can empower people as well. So we are into that space. So our business mission is that, and we are heading into that space. And we are quite happy to utilize the applications and the cloud servers, etc., which are available by these giants. And having said that, we always look at an opportunity because we have got a research and development wing which focuses on understanding what can be done to increment the value from the existing resources.
And Harsh, in the next 5 years, what kind of industries you want to target and improvise or integrate your AI solutions? Because pre-COVID, there were different market, different situations, and post-COVID, the dynamics have been changed completely, and we might be having new requirements from different, industries and different countries and different cultures. So, what are your 5 years plan implementing AI in different industries? Do you have any target that I have to target these industries apart from healthcare?
Yeah, apart from healthcare, we have a focus on education at the moment, and that is something which we are working towards. It's a quite important industry, not only from a commercial perspective, but also from a usability and it's a quite important sector. It's quite beneficial for if we have solutions which can empower education as a sector in developing or in other nations, so that information can be provisioned effectively. Courses can be taught effectively through artificial intelligence. Those sort of things. We're working on that at the moment. Also, we have got an enterprise board which works across sectors, and after this particular situation, it's quite important to have virtual sort of engagements because human resources are not available quite a lot at this time, and going forward, there might be change in the ways of working, etc. So the sort of solution we have enables organizations to effectively cut down on the time and effort they spend and the cost they spend on human resources. But this will not definitely cut down the jobs because then you're empowering the organizations to have some time with the resources to work on something different, which is more innovative. Okay, so we are into that space that we can help our organizations. We can empower all sectors through our specific offerings, but having said that, we also can develop different solutions. At the moment, healthcare, education, and real estate and banking, these are the current sectors we are focusing on. But as we grow, we'll look into other sectors as well.
And how the market of AI works? Do you go to to the clients and close the deal, or you have a lot of clients coming to you and asking for AI solutions?
It works both ways. So sometimes we go to conferences, etc., where you get to understand problems of users. Sometimes it's a spread of the word of mouth by one client to other client and those other things. So it works both ways.
Okay, great. And Viri's from Australia, and they are also working on a lot of AI. I think Viri wants to know a lot of things. Yes, Viri.
Yeah, you said something about blockchain. Tell me
Yeah.
about that.
Okay, so we are working in the blockchain space, but not into the cryptocurrency side of it.
Okay.
We are using blockchain for document storage, and we're in the process of developing a very niche solution, which will revolutionize the vendor management aspect. So that's something which is in progress. I'm hoping that it should be out in a couple of months.
Okay, I'm sort of looking more at the blockchain smart contracts as and when you're doing like in finance space, when startups are looking for money, they are kind of matched, but it's all matched equally, as opposed to one of the big problems in startup space when you're looking for finance is some of the VCs take you for a ride. They don't have any money, but they don't tell you that.
Yeah, that is something. Yeah, so we've started venturing into the investor space. We want to get an investor on board now. So we just started experiencing the problem and understanding the nuances of it. So that is the right time to answer your question. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a sad thing. So what I'm looking at is, okay, both sides, you have a due diligence checklist, so that when, as a starter, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this investor, on my checklist, it would have been ticked that he has money or he doesn't have money. Otherwise, why am I wasting my time talking to him?
Yeah,
if he doesn't have money.
Yeah, that's
he may have some. He may have some contacts, but that's not here. He's here. And what is he after? Is he after a free lunch or free dinner?
So, yeah, that's a very poor point, and it's difficult to resolve that. We can use technology to understand that, but that will require a lot of data to be pulled through, and that has to be authentic data. So I'm not sure how it can be done at the moment. But
no, and that's the great thing with the COVID. So come post-COVID, we can always call out bullshit. If some scenarios have been persistent from what we inherited from the past, we can say, hey, that's going to stop now. This is post-COVID. We can always use post-COVID to cut away some of this bullshit.
Yeah, that's the human intelligence part of it, not the augmented part.
And no, I see and I feel because like Shark Tank was a good thing, good movie, but the way it was set up was really humiliating for these startups to come in and these people run rings around them. How it could have been done better is if they both side had, okay, tell the startup, do your homework, this is what's going to be entailed when you come up to the show. So when he goes there, he doesn't look like, oh, sorry, I didn't do that. Oh, sorry, I didn't do that. Like, come up there and, when the shark asks a question, tick. Last question, tick. He'd have all the answers.
Yeah.
And, because I asked the chairman of the angel investors here in Australia, Melbourne, and he said, oh, I'm interested in like a Shark Tank like show. And he said, seriously? If you do something like that, forget me. I said, why? And he said, why would I go front up to a national television show and get humiliated? And yeah, they just didn't want any part of it.
Really, it's about this basically, because of money, humiliated, and that is what's happening.
Is that,
That's this was really.
Yeah, that's what important.
It's all about the dollar note.
Something about chatbots is something that we were talking about the other day too, is something that is international language, right? So if it's a means that we can convert the language so that it can speak many different languages, that I think is something that's really big. So if somebody comes to IBMTV and they see the chatbot, and they go, "Oh, I speak Chinese," and maybe they can click something and it translates everything for them. But being able to communicate at a different level. One, the chatbot's a great idea. I think it's revolutionized the way we can communicate with our people, the clients, without having to be real invasive or having somebody always there. People are a little more open to a chat bot than they are a human for some reason today. I'm the other way. I just want to get on the phone and talk to somebody. But today's generation and our future generations are more engaged to a chat bot. So I think that this is what we need to do. How would somebody get a job with you? If they were looking to get a job, how would they hire on with you?
Okay, so that depends on the type of skills.
That's what I'm looking for. What kind of skill sets does a job like this have? That's why this conversation came up.
Yeah.
If somebody was looking for a job in this industry, what kind of skill sets does someone like you look for?
Yeah, so there are different aspects. So as I talked about, three components in developing a chatbot. One is the user journey, the second is the user experience, and third is the artificial intelligence itself. So from a technology perspective, so this technology resides on cloud. So definitely people who have expertise in cloud, setting up cloud infrastructure, and then managing people are experts in full stack development of a particular cloud solutions. So for example, an AWS full stack engineer, and people who have expertise in Node.js, Python, those sort of languages. And apart from that, the other aspect, so these are some of the examples of the technology requirements. It can be an HTML guy as well, because you need a user interface to talk to people. Apart from that, it's quite important to understand the user experience and give it a good thought so that it's depicted well and is perceived well. So user design, a user experience person is very much required in conversational chatbot projects, and also someone who does a business analysis to understand the actual use case. What does it want? What do you want to solve? How can we solve it? What are components of that? Those sort of stuff. And then you need a project manager to work with them. So, or a scrum master.
Yeah, that's huge, right? And a lot of people, and again, I'm glad that you allow me to ask you this question, because a lot of people don't understand all of the elements. Again, all the people.
There's one important aspect that we just missed. It is about the content, because content is very important. So working on the content and getting it into a shape which is right to be trained, and is more importantly in the right tone of voice which the chatbot has to deliver. So that is very important as well. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. Please interrupt. We are coffee shop style, right? We're not. There's no formal, and sometimes I interrupt people because I'll hear a point that I really think we need to emphasize. So no. I think content is very important. When I went to the National Association of Broadcasters for the first time to learn how to train to be what TV should be, the number one thing was content and how important it is, and the quality and what you put into it, but associating it to your viewers, right? Associating it for the need. That's very difficult. That's a full-time job right there, especially in bot chatting. Right? How does a bot chat? That's what I want to know. How does a bot know? How does a bot chat? No, this technology is fabulous to me. It's as an engineer, I just find it so sci-fi, right? It's just we've escalated to that next level, And I love the name. I don't know who actually officiated bot chatting and chatbot, but I love the name. It's just it's way cool, way sci-fi.
I'm going to build my own chatbot, and the name of the chatbot is Dot Chica.
Okay. And what is it going to talk about?
No.
We're going to do a walkabout.
I just thought I'd give it a female name. It'll be in finance, but I'll just, So I've already taken the domain name.
Okay.
Wow.
We need a money master.
If you know that area, and if you need any assistance, I will be happy to talk.
Oh, see, Willie, there you go. Willie has been very successful. He's been on our board for a while, but he's from Australia, and he's been through this COVID. has come around and still done other businesses. He didn't stop, right? He didn't let it stop him. So, and we have Katal.
How are you guys?
Hi, hi. And we
All
got
good.
all this great conversation going on. Do you
I have a question for Ketul and us basically. The question is that can we make secure payments using chatbots?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
Ketul is from the
That was
That's what I was going to ask. Do you know what a chat bot
I
is?
was interviewing both of them. So Arsh Ketul is from the payment industry. He works for CG Payments, and Arsh is running an Gravitas artificial intelligence company based out of UK. And both of the gentlemen are there. So let's talk about
Well,
how.
that's what I wanted to know. Do you know what a chat bot is? And
yeah, I know. Actually, it's very interesting topic. I was listening Arash's conversation, and that was one of the thing that I was looking into it last year, like how to have the payment solutions integrated with the chatbot. So like for example, when the customers are on chatbot, right, especially talking to uh, someone try to resolve their issues or stuff like that, and over there, like if we have to include the payment option, let's say like they have to buy a service or something, right, online or something,
Yeah,
how can they securely pay for that?
yeah,
Like instead of going through a different window,
yeah.
they can finish the entire dues on one window. And that
Mhm.
is what actually one of the interesting topic. Not a lot of people are understanding, first of all, about the chatbot, how useful it is and all. But it is one of the topic that I was looking into it, and I will more research on that.
Yeah, so
Yes,
we
yes,
have solved that problem. So we do integrate with payment gateways. So, for example, we do integrate with Stripe, and we can work on with others, and we do
yeah.
take care of the PCI DSS compliance in that area, and all of that in one window where you can just talk to chatbot, move on to the payments, whatever you're doing, and then do the payments, etc. And it will be still in the same window. We can provision videos, images, etc. in the same video.
Mm. So there you go. So we have a person now who's already integrated with the payments.
so we got this connection going on here, people.
Yeah,
This is what
we're happy to
is about.
chat about it, Ketul, sometime. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. When I have like some budget for this, and when we have a proper requirements, I'll definitely reach out to someone who has knowledge about like how do the integrated work.
Okay,
Well,
it's great to see.
so connecting the dots here. Well, I want a chat bot that goes out and talks to other chat bots for me and negotiates for me. Right. So, so let's get some integrating chat bots.
That's a very interesting use case. I'll be
It is.
happy to research on it. Definitely, this is really important because going forward, you'll have a lot of chatbots conversing through. So yeah, that's a really interesting use case. You have shown the light.
Well, because
But
if you
what
think
about?
about it, it is a good use case. It really is. And now that we have a few chatbots out there, why not have them so that it makes them universal and they can communicate for us and we understand and learn from each other's chatbots too. Yeah.
I like how you brought up that we need to have standards, because otherwise, if chatbot is no, not so much have a standard, you'd be like YouTube. There's no standard, so you have a whole lot of garbage on it.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
what I tell
I think
people.
it's quite important. I think this is
yeah,
quite important while developing these solutions because this has got a very close connection with human intelligence. So we're talking about
yes,
human sort of conversations, and when that is involved, so if we converse with five people, we develop rapport with some people, and some things sometimes go in a different direction. So we need to
yes.
manage that sort of expectation, and that sort of ethical standard should be in place while developing solutions, so that that situation is avoided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of other use cases about the chatbot, like how board the customers, and like have like a lot of customer information. Basically, you can like float around on chatbot, so you don't need to have like any physical person on the phone, or like constantly like email exchange and all that. You don't
Hmm.
need it when especially you have the chatbot. Customer can pay for everything, whatever the services that they want, and it's like a one-stop solution kind of. It's interesting topic.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Definitely.
a
But
concierge.
I would like to know
It's an
one thing.
electronic
Can we
artificial
make
intelligence.
payments using voice bots?
Yeah.
Hers?
Voice
Sorry,
bots.
I couldn't get you.
Say that again, Ankit. Voice. a voice bot?
Can we make payments using voice bots?
We can make payments through chatbots, but we haven't
Actually, I'm
developed a
talking
use
about
case.
voice bot
Yeah, so
basically.
that should not be a problem to solve, because
Okay.
ultimately it's a sort of type of conversation which you're doing with the bot. So if you are able to pass the instructions to the bot, then it will do the action. So as I talked about, there are two aspects. One is the conversational ability, and the other bit is the automation ability.
The
So if you
information.
solve the automation ability and mixing it with conversation ability, so it should not be a problem.
And
And we
do you think it's a secure thing, Ketul, to do payments using voice bot?
that is what I was about to say. Like, the security, we shouldn't compromise that part as well.
Yeah.
Here, security is a major point. And there are like some other ways also, like, for example, like some 3D secure, or like, this is more like a dual authentication, and a lot of other like process that is like, inbuilt, like you can integrate it on your chatbot, which is like, connects through your mobile phone, and then you have to enter the like your pin or something, whatever, like the way, like, how to make it more secure, that is most important here as well, because
Yeah.
there are a lot of data floating around on chatbot, which is also very high risk, environment to easily hackable, kind of, so we have to make sure that it's more secure the way it is. Like, it depends, like, how, what is the use case of the chatbot, is like what chatbot can do. It's totally based on that. Like, if you put like payments on it, if you put like some statistical data or something like that, it's getting more complex, and you have to make sure that it's more secure the way it should be. So
Completely in agreement
How
with that.
about
I look at a chat bot, I look at it as it can be looked at as an electronic concierge, like what they used on the cruise liners, right? They started using something very similar. It wasn't a chat bot, but very similar technology as your concierge, right? It has information that it can return information. But I also look at it as a guard, right? It could be that first layer of somebody talking to you on a website. But again, sometimes when you have layers, it's harder for a hacker to get in. So depending on your use case of how you're using it, and of course I work in cybersecurity, so now I'm sitting here kind of inventing how else could I use a chat bot. Could it be used as that other layer before people can come in and do things? So, that's something, a use case maybe I'm going to have to take a look at myself in the cybersecurity world. But and another thing you have to look at too are privacy laws, right? But it's that first layer, right? And again, layers are what? That's how that we protect ourselves, whether we wear layers of clothing, whether we layer our walls and our security, whether we layer our doors, right? Some buildings have 2 or 3 entry doors before you get in. So it could just be that extra layer that confuses a hacker as well. So
yeah.
it's something to look at.
And it's also important for the customer that they are talking to the right person, on the chatbot. The other side of the chatbot is not like somebody's like who's
Ooh, what
getting all
number
this
is this?
information.
Am I really talking to Donald Trump, or is it Donald Trump's assistant, or is it right? Yeah, I got it.
Could be, yeah. So that's why it's important. Like, what is the outcome is goes to where,
Right.
that's
Is it really Brad Pitt, or is his an assistant? Right. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
that you get a lot of tweet from Donald Trump about it.
Yeah. No, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There is a
tweet is quite interesting, because you can develop Twitter bots. The full profile is a Twitter bot, and they tweet or catch your tweets and retweet it. So that's an interesting concept as well.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
a chatbot can become receptive. The more AI you build into something, this is what I tell people. I worked when AI was learning how to be trained. I worked in the labs with Fujitsu, which was interesting many, many years ago. I worked in telecom, but they had other labs, the telecom part I worked in. But they were training an arm, a hand, on how to juggle a glass, right? And then you add another glass to it, and how not to. But it was training to learn, right? And that's it. But it can only learn as much as we feed it, and it only learns what we feed it, just like a child's brain, right? So yes, it can do a lot of things for you. That guard out there that is your chat bot could eventually become that additional security, depending on what you feed it, right? So
Hmm.
it could be out there and be your extra eyes, like what we're using for drones right now, right? We might send drones in to deliver you a hot dog at the stadium, but that drone also has an extra pair of eyes and he's scanning for any bad people that shouldn't be there. You see what I mean? So there are
Yeah.
ways that you can start evolving this technology to serve you 5 different ways. Right now, it's a fun tool. It's engaging. It's educational, but it can eventually become far more. If you start evolving it to be so, and also to help you find the right um, transfer payment that you need. Maybe you didn't really need that today, or maybe you should set up a monthly, or maybe, so it might sit there and watch your patterns, like we were talking about pattern training with AI. And AI is designed to watch your patterns. And then it's going to come back and tell you predictively, if you keep behaving this way, you're going to fall off the cliff.
Yeah.
Predictively, if you keep going to that candy store every day, you're going to put on 10 pounds, Kim. So um, it can do that, right? So chatbots can become your AI to help collect data patterns. Like maybe you had 10,000 people come and ask you the same question. Whoa, we got a problem here. They're asking us the same question. We didn't educate them right. Those
Yeah.
kind of things. So predictivity, predictive policing is what I call it. Is really probably your next better part of this tool for any industry, especially the fintech. I don't know if you
Yeah.
call yourself fintech. I kind of call you fintech, finance technology, but
That's fine. Yeah, I can take that.
I
That's
can
quite
take
important in terms of like the understanding and the continuous improvisation and improvement of the chatbots. So once you develop a solution, it's not the end of the journey. You
Yeah.
keep on
You need to keep.
understanding what is being asked and analyze what users are asking, what sort of responses are being given, and whether that is something which is an apt response or something which might need to tweak or retraining. So keep on evolving through that particular journey to make your bot more efficient.
And I think you just need to take a look at what your customers like to do as well.
Yeah.
We've engaged with putting a chat bot on IBM.TV. It's been interesting, and I kind of like having something
Thank you.
high tech like
Thanks to us for no, no. Thanks to us for giving us that
Oh,
bot to
that's
put
where
on
it came
IBMTV.
from. Okay, so you see, wow, thank you, thank you. No, so I like being new in
And now we are
technology.
waiting for now we are waiting for Ketul to share the payment gateway so that we can put it on IBMTV.
Yeah. So you can charge some subscription fee, and I can take the payments.
There you go. Well, that's what we're working on here. So now we got the
Exactly.
whole team, right? We got the whole
Yeah.
team. Because it takes a team, right? And that's what IBM TV is also about, is just networking the right people. And also we talked about, there's so much content out there. So we have an obligation to be educational, informational, good quality, right? So none of the bad stuff, profanity, porn, integrity. We really promote integrity and inspire the power of positive thinking. But we felt like when we started doing this, especially getting new TV shows to come on, that we connect worlds that need to be connected. Worldly, not, I mean, one of you's in India, one of you's in New York, one of you's in Australia, and sometimes you have somebody from Malaysia, and you never know. They might
Yeah.
need to be connected. And
I'll tell you one more thing. We are working on a new show which is called AI for the World, and I think we will talk to us maybe after the show that how we can plan that
how
show.
we can
That
connect
is
that.
about AI and how we can utilize AI for different businesses around the world,
Yeah.
because a lot of people would like to understand how it works and then they will implement it. So it's about that and how we can make things more proper and how we can utilize that AI part and take more better decisions, especially
Sure.
during this pandemic. So that is what we are working on. Let's see.
And one of the
Yeah,
things we're also working on is cybersecurity show, which doesn't seem to launch very well, but maybe because they're too busy working right now. But
But Kim, we have already started talking to Ketul, and we will be coming up with a payment show every week,
yeah, we got
discussing.
a payment show coming up. All of this is
And,
great.
today's discussion was how small businesses have been changed since the payment gateway arrived. So Ketul was, we'll be discussing about that. So Ketul, over to you.
yeah. So first of all, I would like to say, I think this is like really good, platform to talk about like cybersecurity, payments, like new technologies like chatbots or like any other way. It's more a really good way to have everyone on board and talk about this, because these topics are like very, people are not really talk about this topic that often. So everyone's like more interested towards like movies industries or politics and all that, but nobody cares about like that much about like technology and the future of how the world is going to be, like with the new, the security point of view. So I think it's a good start. And especially like in US right now, like there are a lot of small businesses are struggling. So the whole point is like how to help them in terms of like the online ordering, and uh, what you can come up in the payments that can help them in order to to take the money from the customers. And that is what we are talking about here. So the initially what my concept was about the payment is help the small businesses. And everyone thinks that that, oh, small businesses are like providing services and charge money. But at the end, the whole point is like how do they charge money, what payment sources. So uh, there are like a lot of new technologies out in the market, like in terms of how to sends the link towards the customer's phone and get the payment. And especially that is what, Ankit, you mentioned, right? That
Yeah, 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 yeah,
so how the new technology works in the small
yeah,
businesses. So
yeah,
there are many ways, like you can customer have like a application run on their Android devices, whatever they have available, right? Instead of like they have to buy new payment terminals and all that. So they can easily have the device ready for their customers. They can take the payments. There are different ways of taking the payments. They're like not, as I mentioned in my last call, like there's a card not present scenarios. There is a uh, the token initiated payment as well is more popular these days. That once like your customers are regular, you can save their card information to the gateway providers, and then gateway providers gives you the token back, so you can store that token for any future purposes. Basically that token linked to anything, not only the credit card payments, but or not only the credit card, but like any phone number or address or any customer identification. And then all you have to do is like verify that identification and then give your services, and basically your money goes to your account. So that is like more faster way. Now I can see the payment is uh, not not only with the plastic cards, but with any source of payments that you can take. Does it
Oh,
make sense?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
So that is exactly what I was more focusing on now. Like how do I help in terms of whatever the, like for example, if Ankit comes to my store, right, I don't need to ask him about his plastic card or the cash. I can ask him for anything else also. All I have to verify that he's Ankit and I know his bank account, right, which is linked to somewhere, like which gives me the my money, and I give the whatever the foods and services that I can give him. So that is what I see as a payment now. And there are many different ways of payments, like alternate payments, like there is a Alipay, WeChat Pay, right? You have global customers around your location, right? Whoever comes from like different source. There are like many ways, like there's mobile payments, there's like app payments, and so many other ways of like QR code payments and it's a wide range. So you had to make sure that as a merchant, your location should accept all the payment options available in the market.
So when we register for your service as a client that would be for your service, would I just go to your website and register our company with you, and then you can handle any kind of transaction that we need globally, or do we have to register? How does that work?
So I'll make it more general, like how the payment industry do their business, right? So let's say you are a individual customer or individual merchant who has like less than like 10 stores, right, all over the either like world or like one country. Let's say you have 10 stores. First of all, we have to, you know, you obviously window shop around, like what is the payment gateways are available, or like who's providing the payment options, and uh, how useful is that. And then once you window shop, right, you can reach out to multiple gateways and see how uh, everyone has their own boarding process. Or so first what they do is like they understand your business, like is it like a globally, is it like a locally, how many transactions you do a month. Based on everything, like they decide what kind of customers you have. Like for example, if you are near like some tourist places, right, you might have like a lot of foreign currency customers are available, right? So there will be like a dynamic currency conversion is very popular now, that's called DCC. So basically, if you are in Europe and you travel to US, you can pay in euro if you want to. You don't need to pay in dollars, right? How that works, that is also the entire process called the dynamic currency conversion. So a lot of people use the New York Stock Exchange rate to in order to convert your euros to dollars and take the money, or dollars to euros, vice versa. So the whole point is like on the boarding part, like they reach out to you, they understand your business, they get all your information, and then they guide you what is suitable for your business, what devices you can use. There are a lot of smart devices, uh, that is like there are like a lot of things like available in the market. So basically like uh, they help you with all the decisions, like what PMS or POS you should use. If you already have it, how we can integrate. And then based on like all the scenarios, basically they will take you one step by step, to make sure that you board it correctly, your prices are accurate, like how much you are paying. There are like a lot of flexible options for the payments, like in terms of like you can either pay subscription if you don't have that many transactions a month, right? Or you can do like per transaction basis, the way you see yourself, like what is more beneficiary. And there are people who can guide you as well. So this is what like a standard process. And then what we do is like we take all your information, and if we are a merchant service provider or a gateway, right, businesses, and usually what is the gateway business is, so gateway is like basically take your payments and basically route to your merchant service providers. So like for example, First Data, Chase, Heartland, Thesis in US. So they're like they act as a merchant service provider. So gateway, what they do is like there is a API that integrated to your point of sale system that collects all your information, like payments, regarding payments and all the customer data, like check in, check out, everything. And then they process to the merchant service provider. And that is what like merchant service providers are responsible to communicate to Visa, MasterCard, Amex, and then you know finally end it to the bank, and then get the money and settle to your bank account, right? That is called the gateway. When some companies are acting as a gateway and merchant service provider both. So basically they are like first point of contact, and then they take all your payments and then process, and they are responsible to give you your money into your account. So there is so different ways available. And mainly like there is a process, the boarding process, and the configuration process, and then they deliver to you the devices and everything, plug and play, right? In case you need any support, their support teams are available to help you to make sure that everything works and you're able to take the payments. EMV, contactless, there are all the measures, like every steps there is a security measures available. Like in the past, if you remember, like 10 years ago, a lot of people punched their cards manually on their system, right? That is very high risk transaction right now in this world. And not all the card brands are supporting that manual entry. They say, like, we cannot support that. So then the swiper came, like where you swipe the card. Right now swiper is also high risk now, because after EMV came into the market, like chip, right? The swipers are also very high risk. Anybody can, like, copy your Max-Stride reader. So I'll explain you a little bit on more technical. I'm not sure if you guys are aware or not, but all your plastic card has a track information inbuilt. It's called the track 1 and track 2, right? If I swipe your card on my reader, I can get that entire track. I can make any more plastic cards with that track information, and I can use it on your behalf. So the swiper is also not very efficient or secure. So then the chip came, like EMV chip capability. But now the EMV chip is also has its own struggle, right? Like you had to insert the card and you had to wait until it's finalized and all that, right? So now there is a contactless, because people say, like, I don't want to carry my card. I can tap my phone and it should work. So then contactless came. And now then, like, there's an Apple Watch come, right? So it's like, oh, I don't want to pay even through my phone. I'll pay through my watch. So there is other new measure, right? So you have to make sure, like, the way you go, right, on their level of your payment processing, make sure it's secure and make sure you get basically you win when the chargeback happens. We don't want you to lose money as a merchant. So this is going to make sure it's more secure, and this is what the normal process is.
I don't want to pay through my phone. I don't want to pay through my watch. I don't like carrying a credit card. Can I just scan with my eyes or my face? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think you mentioned on the last call, right?
I did, didn't I?
It's gonna come, after like
Yeah.
3-4 years, people are gonna start paying through their eyes,
Well,
No.
because you don't want to carry your wallet or your purse. You don't want to. I don't really want my phone to be able to make my payments for me. So I've not, even though it keeps saying, "Hey, I can." Nope, I don't want you making my payments for me. But at the end of the day, I really wouldn't mind me, my body, or if I have a chip in me. But I don't want my watch. But me personally, I don't mind me having the currency.
Exactly, yeah. It's exactly that point, is like payment. Like, you are the walking currency. You can go to any store, they should know you,
Yeah.
right? And you're like regular customers and all, and you should be able to pay, the way how it is, like. And if you know, like, there's a very old system, probably Ankit might know, in India. Like, people used to walk into like normal mom and pop shop, and they just get their stuff, like whatever they need, and the owner knows that customer.
They
So there's
just
like, we will take, yeah, put it like note down something, and we'll take the money later. That is exactly now is coming, like, you can walk, and they should be responsible to take the money, not you have to carry your money. That is what the other way around.
I just don't want to get kidnapped. See, I'm starting to think, what is the problems if it's on me? If I'm the walking intellectual property and asset. Oh gosh, could they kidnap me for the money? But I think about those things, right? I'm always thinking about the cybersecurity part of things, but also security. But it's got potential. It's got a lot of possibilities and less opportunity for somebody to steal from you, as far as. But I like it. I remember the day when you could go in and okay, we'll put that on your tab.
Yep.
We'll send a bill out, or we'll send somebody out to collect a goat or a cow for payment, back in the day, right? Back in the
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
we had the farms, or I'll come by and get 10 chicken eggs and we're good. But
It's
uh,
still happening, like in some part of US, like, like a Middle East part, like, where they are farming,
mhm,
like state in Kansas and Missouri and all. Like, they have like a small village, and they like still farming. So, like, one farm has a lot of chickens, another farm has like potatoes, right? They can exchange. and
bartering,
and
bartering.
Bartering.
and Yeah, so it's gonna come like eventually, like that the plastics and money like should be like you don't need to carry, like you can take the payments through anywhere.
And I think that it's going to evolve into something bigger. But as we discussed on the last show, the biggest problem is there's no universal system for the Bitcoin or the blockchain and all of the electronic systems. So right now, currently, we just have certain ones that we just have to trust. That's why we come to you, because we trust you. But eventually, and hopefully, the future will bring that it will interconnect to a bigger system that we can trade bigger and everybody's on one universal platform. But that's just going to take time. That's not something that's
Yeah,
going to happen. But
and one more point that I would like to mention on your last question, like as a merchant, right? What you had to know about, like how you what company you should use, right? So first of all,
Yeah.
if you are planning to go globally, right, then you have to make sure that whoever is your payment partner, right, should have a services globally, not
Yeah.
only like locally. So like for example, like you can take Australian dollars right now on your chatbot, or you can take like US dollars or like euro or anything. You can take it through one API meaning like one point of,
Yeah.
in technology terms they say like API. So you can basically it's a it's a message format that like connects from one point to the other in the gateway, payment gateway. So that is what, like I said, like from your chatbot I can take any currency and process through anywhere in the world, like even though your bank is like some like part of your Australian businesses, your bank is in Australia or in the US or anywhere, I should be able to connect to that and
Yeah.
put the money down there. So that is what, like going forward, you should look for the partner who has globally, not like locally.
and I think that's what's very important in today's
Yeah.
time, because everything is globally. I mean, even just the other businesses that I tried to engage in doing business with, it's all become a global platform. And I think eventually that global platform just needs to become one big chain, even if everybody kind of interconnects with each other, kind of like phone, right? I can call you from T-Mobile and you could be on Verizon.
Yep.
You can still make a call. Back in the day, there was a time back in the day that, they wanted you to have one carrier, right? So unless you were Verizon to Verizon, it didn't happen. And then they try to say, well, it's just cheaper if you do Verizon to Verizon. That way they thought they would get everybody onto Verizon. But there's a thing called interconnection, just like what you're doing to allow us to transact in other countries. And
Yep.
It's a gateway.
that interconnection will make the difference. So
And
I
you see that probably today, like when you travel abroad,
Mhm.
right, or wherever, like you can use your whatever the phone service you have, and
Yeah.
you don't need to
Yeah.
pay extra. Like for example, me, I am using AT&T. I don't need to pay extra if I go to Europe or India. And basically they partner with, like whatever the local partners
Yeah.
in the country, and basically they just use their signal, and you can make the call and everything. And at the point, if they even, like if they have to charge the customer, you know like my company will take care of that part, so I
Yeah.
don't need to worry about any other source, or like buy like their country's SIM card and like insert into my phone and all that, like we used to do in the past, like not anymore. So that is
Yeah.
exactly, like payment also should be like that, like that we can use that
Exactly.
platform, pay, and you're done
Pay
pretty
and
much.
pay as you go, basically. That should be the
And
model.
your company, Ankit, just make sure that we have their company up here so people know where to go if they're
It's
interested.
already there. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's
we
Ketul,
can.
so
yeah,
Ketul, I would like
basically
to. Yeah.
I would like to mention one more thing about the Shiji payments is like one part, but the entire company is a like Shiji group. So we have like a lot of other products also available. So in case if you want to mention as a Shiji group, and the payments is like basically we are handling now over the US and all over the world. So basically it's a one part that handling the payments portion. But there is a lot of other that Shiji group has. Shiji group also has like my check product and concepts for the golf and spa resorts, and like Infosys product, which is like a more like a point of sale system, and then they have a property management system, and many more ways, that we have to make sure that, like your company or your as a merchant, like you are basically you have everything available. Like, you need PMS, POS, payments, devices, anything, it's one point of contact. And I don't want to market like my company as, but I'm just saying, like, as a general, like, what if I'm a merchant, if I have a business, what I want to look for is this, like, as a global company who
Yeah.
has connection all over the world, who has like many partners that can help me. Like, for example, not all the gateways are supporting Alipay, WeChat Pay, both. Some supports Alipay, some supports WeChat.
Yeah.
Not all the gateways supports DCC. Not all the gateways supports mobile payments. So you have to make
Yeah.
sure that you should
Yeah.
support everything, right? And that is what
So
important.
And cost
lot of
effectively,
a
because
lot of payment
even
gateway,
though, go ahead.
lot of payment gateway don't support Discover, Amex in India. So as Alipay, Apple Pay, and all those things. I'm talking about
Yep.
India, but
Yep.
vice versa. Like Paytm we have in India, it might not work in US.
Exactly. Yep.
So
So you
that's
have
the
to
way.
make sure that whatever you are using, it should be
Yeah.
available all over the world. Not
Yeah.
only that.
Make it user friendly for yourself, because you've got enough going on your plate when you're running a business. So make sure that the company that you're dealing with, like them, they've put in the elements to make your life easier, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And you've got partners that you work with that you can offer and share resources. And that's the key today, right? Is work with somebody who wants to work with everybody. And that's what you need to do. Um,
Yeah, and that's why I see myself as a consultant. I
Yeah.
can tell me what you need and I can help you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Even though if I don't have a product, I have partners who can work, who can provide. So that is basically my definition is like, as a
Yeah.
we are like consultant.
Say if I wanted to set up my website to collect payments for something,
Yep.
and I can come to you and you can establish so that people can pay on my website through your platform.
Yep.
Awesome.
And it's already available, so whenever you decide, let us know and we can help, on that.
Yeah, no, and I like to use examples not just for myself, but I'm thinking out loud that I got something maybe I want to do, and we can set up the payment, and it's that easy. Just and the thing is like you said, you're more of a consultant than you are sales, and that's what you need. You need somebody who's going to consult you through the process,
Yep.
and
And that's why, like, instead of marketing my company or myself, I want to make sure that I can educate you properly, like, that okay, which one you should use, and like, understand your business first. That is most important. If you are in any payment industry, right, you have to make sure that you understand the process instead of like marketing yourself, because there are like so many players out there in the world who's doing the same business as you are, right?
Yeah.
So that is what I see myself, that like, how to educate you guys, that if you want anything or something like that, like how to set up correctly, that.
And Ketul, when we talk about the industry is changing, especially small businesses, since the payment gateway arrived.
Hmm.
So there are a couple of questions that what is the least or smallest amount of transaction we can do from a payment gateway? And secondly, what is the highest number of transaction amount we can do from a payment gateway? Because I
So
have cases from a jewelry
oh,
industry
that's a good
in
question.
New York, and what they do is they have to do some $1 million transaction in one go, and they don't use payment gateways.
yep, they don't use payment gateways.
Yeah, they do
uh,
from bank to bank or things like that because they think that bigger transactions is safer if we do bank to bank. So just wanted to understand that
oh,
aspect.
yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, so uh the first of all, like, the smallest amount, we don't have any limitation, right? You can run like 10 cents transaction also, right,
Okay.
to any company, or 1 cent also, like, there is a in the payment world, there is one transaction called, like a dollar authorization, right?
Okay.
That's called like CC verify, like, which is
Yeah.
like credit card verification. So they run for $1. So
Yeah.
any number, like, you can run, right? But obviously, like, not like 1 cent a transaction and all that, because then uh, everyone has like their limitations, like, not on the
Right.
gateway side, but on the merch on the
Much-
processor side, right? That they cannot support like a cent transaction or like
right.
2 cents transactions. So they have limitations, but generally, like, you can run 10 cents transaction and there shouldn't be any issues. So, and the highest number is I seen myself, right, um like easily like close to $1 million transaction, one transaction. I mean to say, I seen that.
Okay.
So any payment gateway or payment providers can support up like million, 2 million transaction, but there is a lot of security involved behind that. Like if you
Yeah.
run, let's say if you are a gateway and you received $1 million transaction, first of all you have to have a verification at your hand, that is that like
Okay.
$1 million transaction is valid or it's a fraud, right?
Okay.
Let's say like you are a gateway and you would like only responsible to routing the transaction, not like
Approving it.
verifying or anything.
Yeah.
Then basically simply you route the transaction to the merchant service provider and they will do all the research on behalf of this transaction, how secure this transaction is and all. Like for example, your card not present, right? For example, on your website, right? If somebody run $1 million transaction, that is simply basically it's a card not present transaction, and that is
Yes.
a super high risk transaction that
Okay.
might need a lot of verification. Like you have to have a 3D secure, you have to make, meaning, at the
Yeah.
end, like the card brand should know that this transaction initiated from Ankit, not any third party. So how do
Yeah.
they know, right? You can't put like your card information. So they, in the past, what they do is like, when you send a transaction all the way to the end, they give the response saying like, I accept this transaction, but they are not accepting with the amount. They say like, call the bank.
Okay.
That is what the response comes. So the whoever at the merchant location, they have to call the bank to verify that, oh, are you initiating? Is that the customer there? All that thing in the past. Now what they see is uh, how this transaction initiated, and if it's like simply on your website, they might reject. They said, I don't trust unless you have all those protections that, oh, this is a 3D secure, this is like double point to point encryption and all that. Until you prove that to them, then only they accept. So depends how secure your system is, and that way you run more transactions or bigger transactions. But I see in a couple of big lodging customers, I see their batches are almost like $10 million or $11 million, and that got stuck also because of one bad transaction in the batch that
Okay.
might reject. So the entire batch rejects. So as a gateway provider or as a merchant service provider, it's your responsibility to pick out the right transaction, which is like wrong,
Yeah.
correct all that values, and then resubmit the entire batch and then only accept. So
So
there are a lot of technical part
Yeah.
there.
right.
And Ketan, you know that when we do the KYC done from both the ends, from the payment end and the receiver end as well. So suppose you are valid to do 1 million transaction, and you wanted to send to me for maybe let's say a website work, but I am not. I don't have the authorization to receive $1 million. Is that something you have for customers? Because I am just running a website business, and I can't take more than $1,000 or maybe $10,000.
Really?
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, that way I'm just asking.
Kimball
I
is
can
saying
take a
something.
million. I can take 10.
So it depends, like
I'll fix
what.
that problem, man, Kit. I'm gonna fix that problem.
So that is basically you have to deal with the bank who has your account, because basically gateway or merchant service, they are not responsible for that. Like basically if your bank is saying that you shouldn't be receiving that much amount, then you have to find out the other bank, alternative
You know
bank who
why I'm
supports
telling you, Kedul, is that in India, when you do a payment gateway, so I am partner with a lot of payment gateways in India. So what they do is for domestic transaction we have to do a KYC, but
that.
for international transaction we have to give them a sheet that what kind of business you do, what kind of
Yep,
payments you are receiving, from which countries you are receiving, and what is the approximate number of payments or amount you are expecting. Based on that, they will do your KYC and they will, monitor your account for some time just to understand that you are not doing any false payments or things like that, because they have to
exactly.
report it to the government of India and RBI. That's
Yep.
what's happening in India. I'm not talking about what's happening around the world, but that's what's happening in India.
No, definitely, yeah, and that is one more like a very secure measurement that
Yeah,
not every you shouldn't be like doing fraud or anything with your
yeah,
bank account. So they it's a every bank has their own security point of view, like how secure your account is. And if you have a business account, they have to know, like that how much money you are expecting on your business account. If you are like, let's say you are like the richest person from India, right? They cannot have you limit like $10,000 only on your bank account, right? So it depends on like what kind of business you run, what kind of account you have set up. But basically it's a bank to bank requirement, right? It's nothing to do with any gateway providers or the merchant service providers, but it's mainly for the bank requirement that if you have your account, make sure it should accept certain money that you are expecting.
And Ketan, do we have any international conference about payment gateways, or only about payment sometime happening around the world anywhere?
Yeah, there are a lot of like high tech happens like every year, and there are like many other uh available, like that this uh meetings and discussions happens. There are a lot of
Yeah.
portals are also discussing about payments. So many more, like you have to have a member for to join the high tech, and there are a lot of other things, like but and we are one of them. We attended all the high tech meetings, and there are a lot of district meetings available also in the US, right?
Okay.
For a lot of different hospitality industry, or like a lot of big customers like Marriott or Best Western and IAG and a lot of others. So they everywhere, like it happens, and you have to have a registered member to
Yeah.
attend that.
Obviously.
I
One of the
personally
biggest
attended.
ones, yeah, one of the biggest ones I was going to share with you that I attend, I don't know if it's going to happen this year, it may, is Money 2020. And
Money 2020. Yep.
yeah, it's the biggest, for finance technology conference. It's very expensive to attend, but I attend it every year since I started the TV show, because
Yeah.
that's where everybody kind of mingles. But they're everywhere. These shows are everywhere. They're
Yeah, and Money 2020, I think this year they got canceled because of this. Probably, I think it might be virtual, but I'm not sure. But
Many of
physically,
the conferences have canceled due to the COVID. Now, Money 2020 in the US is usually in October. It's
yep.
the end of October. But there's other ones around the world, so those may have been canceled because I don't know. That's what I was looking up to see when those were being hosted. And
Yeah,
but
this year actually, like all the business travels are pretty much suspended now for this year until if it's any like the important that we had to attend the client meeting or stuff like that. But I don't think if any like this kind of meetings or seminars should happen. So let's see, like for now 2021, probably we can meet at Money 2021 or Money
yeah.
2020 in 2021.
They call it Money 2020. They've been calling it Money 2020 for years, right?
Yeah.
And so when I was going through an audit, my tax auditor goes, "No, this is fake because it says 2020." I go, "No, that's the name of the conference." And they go, "No, 2020 hasn't come yet." And I go, "No, that's the name of the conference." And I even printed out the conference name, right? And I gave it to them, and they still disallowed it because they said it never happened because it
Yeah.
was 2020. And I kid you not, it's had to go through appeal. I've had to appeal going to that conference because, and they're not that stupid; they're just being jerks. But yeah, Money 2020. Um, I think that, well, I'll have to go look. I know the people who run the conference. I know the owners, and but another one we could go to. They don't really advertise themselves as a fintech, but they are the world's largest tech, and that's CES, right?
Mm.
And PayPal goes there. A couple of the other companies go there seeking small businesses to do business with them. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like in terms of like that owners might have to rethink about having a name as Money 2020, because 2020 brings a lot of bad luck. So might change it to 2021.
So we were looking at 2020, the year 2020, the year of good vision, right? That's
Yeah.
how we were promoting it, the year of good vision. Every one of our promotions was, this is the year, right? This is the
Yeah.
visionary year. 2020 was a great TV show for many years, and the reason why they were called 2020 was they try to pretend like it's good vision. We got 2020 vision. It wasn't about the year; it was just about that. But it really kind of kicked us in the gut. But let's take a positive outlook on this, right? It reset us, made us reboot, and we're going to have to do something to have good vision, right? We are going to have to implement.
And I think I can see a lot of positivity in 2020, especially especially a lot of new technologies are in the market, which is people didn't really push forward in the past, but now, especially this entire COVID situation, everything pretty much expedite, all the contactless stuff is expedite and all the mobile payment is expediting. So I think that's a good way to look at it. Now we have more productive work from home environments and a lot of other things environment clean, less pollution, so many positivity around.
Just no
And I
payment.
think people are accountable as well.
Yeah. But
And I totally agree with you guys, because 2020 is a good time to rewrite the way we do business.
Right.
Especially especially in the startup space. It's like the startup going to the investors. Oh, please, 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 please. And I'm looking at this more as an even playing field. I said, let's do away with the bullshit that we've had. Okay. So that as a startup, I'm sitting there and there's a investor there. There must be a platform that I can see that this investor has money to invest, because I don't know if he's there for a free lunch.
Right.
Yep.
You got
I don't know.
Reset, reboot.
You're
absolutely right. And you were really brilliant in the mindset that you kind of resetted yourself, and your one job was ending and you started another one. And this is a good example of that. Willie is a very, very good example of somebody who didn't panic, who said, okay, this is what's going on. He has his tree that he leaves all his problems with when he comes in at home. And he comes on the TV with us. But he put thought to work, and he said, okay, this job's ending, this job's going to begin. And he put
Again,
it in process.
Willie believes in resilience, and that is what he's doing. He always believed that.
So
But
whenever
it is it is very important. Now I was just talking to my wife 30 minutes ago, and I was mentioning to her that recently the biggest issue is your mental health compared to the coronavirus, because you might kill the virus in future, but you might not fix your mental health. So it's most important how to be more positive during this time. And Willie, I think you should give us some free session about explaining about how do we transit from one to the other situation smoothly.
Yeah, Willie does an electronic transfer to the tree.
Give us a tip basically, Ketul. So the tip is that go to the tree and put your arms and hug a tree for a couple of times, and then take the energy back, and then restart the work.
Yeah.
So that's what I do when I come home. I've got a tree in the front on my driveway, or on the main road, on the side of the main road. So when I get out of the car, I put my hands on the tree, and that's my work. And I walk inside the house. So when I come out the next morning, I put my hand on the tree, take the work, and then I go to work.
So after this call, I'm gonna look for the tree outside.
It's not a money tree.
No,
I can see as a money tree. Please.
But there's a lot to be said, and you said something that our mental state of mind is very, very important at this point in time moving forward. A lot of the doctors who have been on our show from the beginning of this COVID crisis, which I am so thankful for them, because they brought us such a good, sound mind of everything. Their biggest concern was the mental state of people, but one of them could not have said this any better the other day. Now that we're living, now that we've lived and we're living, we need to make a living. Now we need to put forward our abilities. But their biggest concerns, it was really interesting. First, their concerns was, how do we protect ourselves from the disease? But then as we progressed into the process, and I don't know, Ankit, if you could see this, their concern became the mental state of mind. So our talks change, and we followed their flow. We followed what they wanted to talk about. And it was interesting how we migrated to the mental state of mind, to building our immunities and rebuilding ourselves to what, to go out and work. So it's been, and we're continuing the talks on a different level now. But yeah, I like the mental tree. I'm just going to leave my problems at the tree.
Yeah.
No, but earlier on, Kimberly, earlier on, you're talking about the energy of the trees.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, they got a lot of energy.
and that's the same thing. And the trees, because they breathe in the carbon dioxide and give out the oxygen. Hey,
and
they get
and
two for the.
and without any noise, you know.
Yeah,
Yes.
God
Yeah.
does everything without any noise, which is the best thing.
without dangerous
So I'll
gas.
give you an example. What's happening in India? I mean, I used to go to hospitals there. I mean, twice a week to get my father get dialysis. So when we enter the hospital, they check with the thermometer what is your temperature.
Mhm.
And in India right now, the temperature is around 45 degrees Celsius.
Yep.
So everyone is hot. Okay. So when you go, they say you have COVID, and then they
Everybody
say
got COVID.
and then they say go and stand inside the tree or under the tree basically, and wait for some time and then come back and get it checked basically. So we go and stand under the tree for a couple of minutes, and then we then again we, yeah, it's like done basically.
You
So
need
there are a lot
one
of
of those little fans, those electric.
So I think we should have one more session talk about like trees and nature and benefits of the gardening.
Yeah, the
Ketan, I'll tell you, I
pan.
mean, River Ganges, I mean, as per government guidelines, 35% of the river have been cleaned. They have taken water
Yeah.
from 35 to 40 places, and it's clean. It never happened with so many of dollar and, I mean, so much of stimulus for Ganga, but it's auto clean since couple of months because of lockdown. And everything is clear here in India, and I think you should come back and see what's happening.
I want to do a world day, a world week, and we've talked about this, and Abhijit brought it back up as well. He reminded me about it, but I want to do it where the whole world shuts down for a week. We don't drive anywhere. We do this as a memory of what happened here, but also as a moving forward plan to we cleanse the world. It goes into a sabbatical, and it can breathe again as well because we've closed the ozone hole. We've closed the hole, and the coral is doing better. We were spending millions and billions of dollars, making everything healthy, and all we had to do was stop.
Yeah, and that's why I'm totally agree with you. I think we should, or every government should have like at least like one day a week, or like I don't know, one day a week is how reasonable is, but like I would say like one day a week, complete lockdown for all humans, so no go out, and let the
Yeah,
environment enjoy. But
I think
definitely.
it was supposed to be Sunday, but we forgot, right? That, in most religions, I don't know about all of the religions, but when the world was made, the seventh day was made for rest, right? And we, we even humans were supposed to take a day of rest, but maybe we forgot, and this is Earth telling us. Maybe you've got a really good point.
I have to bring my dollar note again because it's all about this thing. That's why people work on
That's right.
Sundays. That's why people work on Sundays.
Sure.
yeah, I know that's why the situation happened, because everyone think about money and their selves, but nobody cares about the earth. And that's why some some higher spirit tells us that, hey, this is also important. Now please lock down yourself for next 3 months, and we'll clean everything on your behalf.
I mean, and Katul, remind me, where are you at right now?
I'm in Maryland, which
Maryland,
is,
a
yeah,
beautiful place. Yeah,
close to Baltimore. Baltimore
a
is a city.
beautiful, beautiful place to be. I don't know if
Yeah.
you understand what happened here in North Carolina over the weekend. I'm a little embarrassed, but we were supposed to open smartly, maybe have events of 10 people, no more. And do you know anything about North Carolina and racing, racetracks? Like
I No, not really.
the
Can you explain?
popularity of racing,
Oh
right?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we opened up, and let's see if I can find it. I want to find a good picture. But we opened up, and they Here, you can see the crowds. I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh.
Okay, 4,000 people crammed into one of our speedways over the weekend. They charged 50. Here's what bothered me. They allowed it to happen. They charged $15 a ticket, and 4,000 people crammed in.
Wow.
And I don't know if you know anything about race car driving, but it's one big drunk party, right? It's like,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
so nobody wore a mask. You can see they panned the crowd. Nobody wore a mask. Nobody worried, and so they got a little scared and they put sanitized stations everywhere, thinking, people at least do it when they come out of the bathroom or before they eat, right? None of the sanitizers were used. None of them were
Wow.
used. They were all full and I'm like, this is false. You guys are giving false stories. And they go, no, this really did. So, we're going to have more problems in the future because of our attitude and the
Yep.
way, so that's going to be, some of the things that we have to think about moving forward is not just, electronic payments and becoming safer, but also this. But we got to wrap up for the day. Thank you
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
for
you. Thank
joining
you for
us.
joining us, Ketul.
We
No
got
And we are
problem,
looking
guys.
forward for a lot of payment solutions every week from Ketul and CG Payment.
We have
Sounds
Weed
good.
Wednesday coming on right after this to tell you how to use cannabis in a healthy way with the mission to free all the people who are in prison for life for nonviolent crime dealing with pot. So it's a great show, a great mental show as well. So join us at 3.
Definitely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sounds
And
good.
before
Thank
we
you,
wrap
guys.
up, I'll put the social message from the ambassador.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Wow.
Thank
That
you.
was a message from
That was nice.
India. And thank you for joining us today. It was a lovely Startup Wednesday show where Startup Don't Show has Kim follows, and we'll be doing a new show with books and authors and things like that. And we need to revive the startup show the way Shark Tank does. So thank you for joining us today. And tomorrow is podcast is Thursday, and we are having a great time. Thank you, Ketul. Thank you, Willie. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure, guys.
Bye bye.
Thank you.